Order. Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply will come to order. It is now 3:39 p.m. The subcommittee is meeting to consider estimates from the Department of Economics as outlined in Resolution E9. Finances, as outlined in Resolution E9. E9, resolved that a sum not exceeding $48,790,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of a Department of Finances and Treasury Board pursuant to the estimate. I will now invite the Minister of Finances to make opening comments up to an hour, and if they wish, to introduce their staff to the committee. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to welcome my Deputy Minister, Kellyanne Dean, who's sitting here with me, and my Associate Deputy, Jeff Gatien, Associate Deputy Ulani Kamaranaika, and Louise Comeau, who is with us from the department as well. Louise, what's your title? Executive Director. Executive Director, Louise. Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to speak, and I'd like to thank all my colleagues, both on the government side of the House and the opposition, for coming here today, and I'm looking forward to questions on the Department of Finance, Treasury Board, and Labor Relations. And I want to start by, and I'll conclude as well, but a quick mention to, with a thank you to the department for its expertise and professionalism and hard work that they've put into putting this budget together. On February 29th, I had the privilege of introducing the budget, tabling it in the legislature, Building Nova Scotia Faster, our government's third budget. Preparing a budget is a big undertaking, and it began many months before that day in February. While led by people at Finance and Treasury Board, the team that helps us bring it to fruition is spread far beyond our own Department of Finance and Treasury Board, and will continue long after the budget's release. The department is key to preserving the government's financial ability to deliver programs and services valued by Nova Scotians. My responsibility as minister is to ensure the high standards for financial management are maintained. In addition to preparing the budget, the department works year-round to make sure the province's finances are managed responsibly. And that includes providing day-to-day financial management and leadership to government businesses, ensuring transparent financial reporting and accountability, working with departments to achieve government's fiscal objectives, regulating pensions, insurance, and financial institutions, administering the provincial tax framework, including personal income tax credits, providing economic policy advice and statistical services to help inform decision-making, managing debt, investments, and other Treasury functions, maintaining fair and open negotiations with labor unions, providing oversight and liaison of entities for which I am minister responsible, including the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, Nova Scotia Gaming, Nova Scotia Securities Commission, and the Utility and Review Board. Budgets are best estimates, based on our plans and expectations of what our revenue and expenses will be in the coming year. My department carefully monitors revenue and expenses as budget measures are implemented. Progress reports include budget forecast updates that are shared with Nova Scotians throughout the year. Each year, public accounts are reviewed by the Auditor General and shared with Nova Scotians. And I'm proud to say for the past 23 years, the Auditor General has provided an unmodified opinion. This means simply that our financial statements are reliable and can be trusted. Forecast updates and public accounts are opportunities to be transparent about the state of our province's finances, including allowing government to highlight what has changed in our revenue, our expenses, and economic estimates since the budget was tabled. I have confidence in our team, and every time I bring forward an update, I know it is based on the best information that we have available to us at the time. This system allows for understanding of how tax dollars are spent, and it provides Nova Scotians with the transparency they need to hold their government to account. Revenue estimates. As there is about an 18-month lag before we get data on actual revenues, Nova Scotia, like all other jurisdictions in the country, relies on estimates of anticipated revenues. These estimates are modeled based on economic data, the latest tax data we have, and historical revisions, population growth, and workforce projections, the estimated impact of large-scale construction projects, and information from the federal government. Now, those are just a few of the things that our estimates are modeled on. The reasonableness of our assumptions is reviewed by the Auditor General, and the information is presented with upside and downside risks and uncertainties. Having come through one of the most volatile periods in our economic history in decades, Nova Scotia was not alone in grappling with our forecasts. Coming out of the pandemic, our province's growth has been remarkable, with more people living and working here than ever before. We saw revenue growth beyond what we projected on budget days in 2022 and 2023. It surprised those who agreed with our economic estimates, and that included Canada's largest financial institutions and leading academics in Atlantic Canada. Nova Scotians expect their government to be responsive to their needs and make decisions in their best interests. Higher than expected revenues gave us the opportunity to make and advance investments in our province in healthcare, housing, emergency response, and help people in need with the cost of living at a time when many have been finding it hard to make ends meet. We did this while ending the last 2 years with a budget surplus and preventing the net debt from rising by almost $500 million. Like governments before us, we rely on this team of professionals who monitor and manage the province's finances closely. What matters are results. Nova Scotia is a strong fiscal performer, and we continue to receive high ratings from all the major credit agencies. This shows there's continued confidence in our fiscal management, and our economic outlook remains stable. We continue to monitor all the factors that can influence our credit rating. Banks and rating agencies have commented that Nova Scotia has one of the more resilient provincial economies. In their latest forward-looking opinions, they forecast our fiscal position to remain stable and predictable, and well-positioned for the long term. I'd like to share some highlights from the provincial budget. Budget 24-25 builds on the work we have already started and sets a path forward for the year ahead, one that our province can afford. It includes key measures people have been asking for. Briefly, I will highlight how the budget supports Nova Scotians in 3 key areas. First, our budget supports individuals and communities in ways that make a difference. This includes help with the cost of living and giving children a stronger start with a new school lunch program. Tax relief was a cornerstone of our budget, putting more money in the pockets of Nova Scotians by indexing tax brackets and the basic personal amount. This change puts an end to bracket creep and ensures the personal income tax system keeps up with inflation. The benefits will add up over time. Second, this budget continues our work to transform healthcare with investments in people and infrastructure. Budget 24-25 invests a total of $7.3 billion across our healthcare system, giving us the resources to continue making the kind of changes that will have a lasting positive impact province-wide. It includes brand new support for Nova Scotians with diabetes, more support for cancer care and mental health care, and investing in a modern healthcare system that can meet the demands of a growing population. We're addressing long-standing generational health issues and investing in wellness and well-being. Third, this budget builds a healthy, clean economy and positions our province for successful, sustainable growth. We continue to strengthen how we deliver economic development and invest in the workforce and infrastructure our growing province needs. We will move forward with solutions that work for Nova Scotians, addressing the problems within the healthcare system and embracing what is possible for the province's economy and future. Decisions were informed by what Nova Scotians told us what was important. Thank you to MLAs for sharing information about the annual budget consultation with your constituents and engaging them on important topics. I'd like to speak a bit about the capital plan. It is an important part of the provincial budget. The investments outlined in the most recent capital plan will make us ready to meet the needs of today and tomorrow. That's why we're investing in capital projects like new hospitals and healthcare facilities, schools, housing, and roads. Our plans ensure key healthcare projects in Halifax and Cape Breton Regional Municipality move forward, and they will be there to serve Nova Scotians for generations to come. Our plan supports efforts to build more housing faster, including the first new funding for public housing construction in more than 20 years. With about $50 million this year, we will do that, along with new modular housing and upgrades to existing public housing units. There is continued investment in housing projects at NSCC campuses. We expect 2 student housing projects at the Akerley and Pictou campuses to open in September. I'm pleased to say we're seeing concrete results from our investments to date, including healthcare facilities that are opening to provide better access to care, new schools that are giving our children the best possible start, highways that make traveling safer, and improvements to the provincial park system that will mean better experiences for locals and visitors across the province. This capital plan continues to position Nova Scotia for the future. To achieve it, our government is also building a plan to train and attract more skilled workers. We're investing more than $100 million to recruit, retain, and train more people in the skilled trades and to modernize the apprenticeship system. We're attracting newcomers with the skills employers are looking for, and we established the More Opportunity for Skilled Trades, or MOST, tax refund program to help attract and keep young workers here. Personal income tax credits. Our government's first budget focused on solutions to our province's most pressing challenges. We introduced an innovative solution to help many sectors of our economy that were facing labor shortages, a tax rebate aimed at younger workers. The More Opportunity for Skilled Trades program is a refund of provincial income tax on the first $50,000 of earned income by people under the age of 30 who are employed and registered in eligible skilled trades and film and television occupations. In its first year, MOST returned more than $8.4 million to about 2,200 skilled young people, with an average refund of $3,300. We saw the opportunity to extend this program to where it is needed most in healthcare. Nova Scotia needs more nurses, and we're doing everything we can to educate, train, hire, and retain the healthcare workforce our province needs. Nurses are the backbone of our healthcare system, so opening the MOST program to young nurses is another way we are making Nova Scotia a more attractive place to live and work. Nova Scotia families can also benefit from other tax programs. Infertility can have a major impact on Nova Scotians trying to grow their family. These challenges are extraordinarily stressful, emotionally, and they're exhausting. With the fertility and surrogacy rebate, they can get help covering the costs of trying to have a baby. Nova Scotia is the first province in Canada to provide this kind of support. More than 220 rebates totaling $953,000 have been claimed in the first year. That's more than $9 million for these Nova My department recently began processing applications for MOST and other personal income tax rebates for the 2023 tax year. I look forward to more Nova Scotians being aware of these supports so they can benefit from them. I would like to spend a few minutes talking about Nova Scotia's wine sector, which our department supports as well. Recently, it's garnered a lot of attention in question period, estimates debate, and both the Premier and I have taken multiple questions from the media. In 2020, the Government of Nova Scotia agreed to phase out its emerging wine region policy, specifically to address the preferential markups. And that is what we're working toward. Given this necessary transition, the government is willing to provide support for both the farm wineries and commercial bottling operators. We heard concerns from the sector about what that support looks like. Last night, the Premier held a meeting with representatives of the commercial and farm wine sector, and both Minister Morrow and I attended. The discussion was excellent, and as a result, we are pausing the commercial wine program while we do an assessment. We're always listening, and where there is a way to help the industry grow, we want to make that happen. We will continue to work with the sector to find a resolution so that both of those sectors can thrive. We all share the same goal in this province, and we are committed to working with all participants in the sector to discuss options to keep trade commitments top of mind. And we have until June 30th to finalize our programming, and we fully expect to meet our international trade commitments on time. So, Madam Chair, in closing, our government and our budget invests in priority areas like healthcare and housing. It brings tax relief and fairness to Nova Scotians. And we will continue to make the investments Nova Scotians need while responsibly managing the province's finances. I'm honored and privileged to be the Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, and I will continue working to build our province so that all Nova Scotians can live in vibrant, healthy communities and have the best chance to achieve their full potential. I look forward to continuing this work alongside the dedicated and hardworking professionals in the Department of Finance and Treasury Board and in Labour Relations. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions.
According to the practice that has developed in this legislature, the opposition caucuses takes turns asking questions for approximately 1 hour each. During a caucus's turns, the members within a caucus may take turns examining the minister on estimate resolution. Only the minister may answer questions. Caucuses are also expected to share time fairly with the independent member. To begin the examination, I now recognize the official opposition.
Mr. Thank you for your relatively brief comments as well to give us more time to ask questions. I do want to recognize the incredible public servants that we have in the room as well, deputy executive directors and staff. Thank you for your service to the province and to governments of all political stripes. You folks are certainly the continuity in government, and I know that you provide great service to the public, and thank you for your commitment to doing that. Minister, I want to start with some questions related to the decision around the commercial bottling subsidy program. When it comes to the consultation of the farm wine sector, which certainly according to them would have been drastically impacted by the move to augment and give a large equal subsidy to the bottling wine sector. They certainly have indicated that there wasn't consultation leading up by the Department of Finance or Agriculture or the Premier's office. In fact, I think they were first notified January 4th of the change when the decision was, I believe, announced on January 8th. However, we do know from a Freedom of Information request that the Premier had been having meetings, at least dating back to 2022, with the bottling side of the sector. So that does indicate that the Premier's office was involved with this decision. So my first question to you, Minister, is did the Premier's office direct the Department of Finance to initiate this change?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I would say the Premier is involved with just about every decision of the government because he's the Premier. Certainly, I don't think my ministry is any different. Anytime there's a major initiative being worked on, we want the Premier to be aware of it. We all have opinions. Every single member of the legislature has opinions, and I'm sure the Premier's no different. But he carries the added responsibility and weight of being the Premier. He is the face of the government. So there's no question that the Premier has been made aware of the policy and the need to, it was one of the significant issues. The NSLC is one of the responsibilities under my portfolio, and it would have been one of the more significant issues when we came to government that was outstanding and needed to be addressed. And there was a 4-year period provided to the province to correct the trade policy that was in place that was not compliant, and that 4-year period is ending at the end of June. So it was something that I know myself, did I consult? I know my staff have been in already, before I even landed in my chair at the Ministry of Finance, had been working with the wine industry on coming up with a solution to the trade challenge. And I'd been getting updates, and there had been meetings. I know the Minister of Agriculture was even more directly involved than myself with the industry. So no question, everybody's been involved in this. And there's a concern and a desire to ensure that come the end of June, the policy that's in place will be trade compliant, and it will be something that people in the industry and all sectors of the industry will feel good about.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. There's, I think, a distinction that we have to make here in terms of the Premier being aware of a decision or a Premier directing the decision. So the answer that I'm trying to find here is, was this adjustment moved forward with as a result of advice that came from trade staff and the finance department to the Premier's office, or was this a directive that came from the Premier's office to the Department of Finance? And I think it's important to clarify why this is important, and the reason it is important is because it's been certainly suggested first by members of the farm wine sector that this decision was a result of the Premier's personal relationship with namely one individual who, according to the Premier, has possibly done fundraising for the Premier, and who, by all accounts, does have a close allegiance with politically and a personal friendship with. So, I mean, that's what we're trying to get at here. Did this, in fact, come from the public service as a recommendation to Treasury Board or Cabinet? Or to the Minister, I should say, because certainly don't want the Minister to breach any oaths of office. Or was this a directive that came from the Premier's office to the Department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, the Premier is responsible for intergovernmental affairs. And within that portfolio are things like trade with other jurisdictions. This matter was a trade issue that needed to be fixed. We have until the end of June to fix it. So there's no question the Premier in his role being responsible for intergovernmental affairs, and that can be working with other provinces, that can be working with the Government of Canada, which in this case it would be, considering that the trade agreement was between the Government of Canada and other countries. So there's no question the Premier would have every reason to be involved as the, I guess you could say, the Minister responsible for intergovernmental affairs. But these are decisions of government. We make them as a government, And in this case, we have until the end of June to finalize the solution. Last night we had a good meeting with people in the wine industry in Nova Scotia, both commercial and farm wineries. And in that meeting, I think there was an acknowledgement that everybody wants to be successful, and nobody wants to take away from somebody else's success. I think that's a great starting point, and I hope that while we've been working on this for years, and the last government was working on this because it landed in their lap as a trade dispute while they were in office. My hope, I remain an optimist, and my hope is at the end of June we'll have a good solution in place.
I recognize the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the minister's forthrightness on that. So it does seem that if I'm to read between the lines of the minister's comments, that this was directed by the Premier's office, perhaps in the capacity of intergovernmental affairs. If I'm alleging the wrong thing, certainly the minister can clarify that. And I know the minister appreciates why there is a difference here. Certainly, this would impact the NSLC as well. Could the minister please tell us if this recommendation if it came from the NSLC staff or board to the minister to make this adjustment, or if the NSLC was directed to make this adjustment?
I recognize the honorable Minister of Finance.
There's no need to read between the lines. The Premier is responsible for intergovernmental affairs. The decisions that we make are made as a government. So we're looking at all of the possibilities. As of last night, there was agreement that we would pause this practice for commercial wineries in the province. And we have until the end of June to come up with a finalized approach that we hope that all sectors of the wine industry in the province will be pleased with. We get information, of course, from the NSLC. That's where this product is retailed. That's, in fact, why this became a trade issue in the first place, was because the NSLC is a large retailer. So all to say, and what was in place was a margin, a preferential margin for Nova Scotia product at the NSLC. So of course they've been involved. So Madam Chair, no need to read between the lines. This was a government decision, and the most recent decision is that we have paused the commercial wine program, and we have until the end of June to come up with a solution for both farm wineries and commercial wineries that is trade compliant, and it is something that they feel good about.
I recognize the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Certainly the NSLC would be involved with this, undoubtedly. The question specifically is if it was the NSLC that made this recommendation, if they supported this recommendation, or did the directive go to the NSLC from the Ministry of Finance?
I recognize the honorable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Chair, I would tell the member we get recommendations on just about everything, and this is no different. And that's part of consulting with groups, in this case in the wine sector. But at the end of the day, what matters is the decision that's made, and we accept responsibility for the decisions we make as a government.
I recognize the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did the minister direct the NSLC to make this change?
I recognize the honorable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Speaker, because the margins were a feature of the trade complaint, the main feature of the trade complaint, and that because those margins exist on products sold at the NSLC, yes, those have to be changed. And They have to, we have to ensure that come the end of June, that product sold at the NSLC is priced with the same margins, no matter from where it comes, whether it's produced in Nova Scotia or whether it's produced in another part of the world.
I recognize the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Now, as I understand it, the NSLC board functions at arm's length from government and independently. So could the minister please be specific on this? Did the minister direct the independent board of the NSLC to make this adjustment?
I recognize the honorable minister of finance.
So, Madam Chair, the government is the shareholder of the NSLC on behalf of Nova Scotians. We do appoint, as minister, I would appoint members to the board. There are still some members on that board that were appointed under the last government. So when we are working with the NSLC, we would do it typically through the board. There's I won't get into the details of governance, but that's essentially how it works. There's a board which whomever the Minister of Finance is at any given moment makes appointments to the NSLC, and they carry out their operations, their wholesaling and retailing operations of alcohol in the province.
I recognize the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you. Did the NSLC staff support this directive?
I recognize the honorable minister of finance.
Given the government is the shareholder of the NSLC, at the end of the day, the government is responsible for policy decisions for how product is sold at the NSLC. And in this case, in the case of a trade dispute of product sold through the NSLC, which is government Crown Corporation, government is responsible for that. The buck stops with the government. In much the same way that the members' government in 2015 started a program for commercial wineries operating in Nova Scotia to give them a preference, to give them, in effect, a lower margin than what was placed on product coming from other parts of the world and being sold through the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. In much the same way that the government that he was a part of made that decision and asked the NSLC to carry it out, is the exact same way we would do any of our dealings with the NSLC as the shareholder through the board and through their operation.
I recognize the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And certainly those efforts have paid off with major dividends for Nova Scotians. Despite the trade challenge, we saw as a result of those policy decisions a massive expansion of the farm wine sector to the point of being worth about $250 million right now. We've seen over the course of the 8 years that policy was in place, wineries pop up throughout the valley, vineyards pop up throughout the province, even including in my salty-aired fishing area of Yarmouth. In Forest Glen, we have one of the great entrepreneurs in the fishing sector actually invest in a vineyard. And it's all those companies and entrepreneurs that have really built that sector up, Jean-Guy, over the years that have had the real economic impact on the lives of people, 1,100 people employed. So again, I certainly know the minister's not disparaging those investments and those policies, because the proof is in the pudding with how effective they were at growing that sector in the rural economy. And the minister did mention that there was support for the bottling sector, and that's true, but it was marginal. And I do want to clarify the record in here on that. Marginal markup compared to what was being offered to the farm wine sector. I believe the bottlers, again, who primarily import product from other jurisdictions, that's also in many jurisdictions subsidized to be grown. They can their cost for building, for filling a bottle is probably $8 per bottle or something like that. So there was a 143% markup to bring them to the competitive price of probably around $20 for sake of example. If you compare the 43% markup to the locally produced farm wine sector, who have a much higher cost to produce their product, it was a 43% markup. So for the minister to suggest that there was that these are apples and apples compared to what the government was trying to do. Certainly, I know he can look at those numbers and realize those are apples to oranges. And the reason for that is because the problem this has created, obviously, for the sector is the cost advantage that bottlers have. It's cheaper to import juice produced elsewhere that's oftentimes subsidized by other provincial jurisdictions, or built on cheap labor like in South America. So it's obviously a lot cheaper to bring that in here. You can run a bottling factory with a very small amount of people, put labels on the bottles, fill it up with products again produced elsewhere. Much cheaper business model. So folks that do that have a very obvious competitive advantage from a cost perspective, because it's cheaper to produce that. The reason and rationale behind supporting the farm wine sector is because there isn't that cost advantage. It costs probably twice as much to grow the grapes, produce the wine, and bottle it from the farm wine standpoint. So I mean that's why the change that the government presented to provide equal support to both of those entities doesn't make any economic sense. I think that's very obvious to anybody that looks at the numbers. So the real question is why was this made? I mean, it's been obvious that there's no economic analysis done by the Department of Economic Development. The trade issues have been kept secret, according to the Premier and the Minister. And people are left to speculate, certainly, without having that level of detail. So my question to the minister is, moving forward, does he recognize the competitive advantage that the bottlers already have and the cost discrepancy between bottling here and farming and producing here? And will he ensure that any changes made to subsidizing or investing in this sector take into consideration that cost advantage that bottlers already have in this equation, so that they can't outcompete locally grown farmed wine? And because certainly the last thing we want to see is to lose all that incredible vineyard product and quality product that's winning awards, to lose that to become a bottling factory here in Nova Scotia. That certainly doesn't seem good for the economy. But will the minister commit to ensuring that is factored into whatever decision is made to provide investment to the sector?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Chair, there's nothing being kept secret on the trade issue. It is very clear that the margins that were in place at the NSLC, which gave a preference to Nova Scotia product, both the farm wines, but also the commercial wines, which was done in 2015, and I was referring earlier to what was done in 2015, when the previous government gave a benefit to commercial wineries in this province, who are oftentimes importing grape juice from other parts of the world into Nova Scotia and using them to blend and to create wines here. The previous government started that practice in 2015 to give them a subsidy to do that here. Only they can answer why they chose to do it at that time. So the trade dispute there's no secrets. It is absolutely to do with the margins on the product. We cannot have the NSLC as a government retailer selling product where it gives a margin preference to Nova Scotia made product. There are no secrets. That is what has to be fixed. The policy we're working on, we have until June, and we've paused the commercial portion We had a discussion last night. And the Premier, as he stated today, he said that that would be paused so that further discussion could happen. And I want to acknowledge the farm wineries in the province have a concern with commercial winery operations. And they feel that as if commercial wineries become stronger, it could come at their expense. So I want to acknowledge that that is how they feel. There are other schools of thought that would suggest that those commercial winery operations are competing with other players. For instance, other bottlers of wine in Quebec, which would be bringing in grape juice from other parts of the world, blending it, bottling it in Quebec, in the province of Quebec, and putting it on the shelves of the NSLC, selling it to the NSLC. And customers in Nova Scotia are obviously buying that wine, otherwise it wouldn't be on the shelves here. So all to say, there's no secrets about what's going on, about the trade issues. We have until the end of June to fix it. And I would never want to do anything that harms farm wineries in the province. The other hat I wear is Minister for Tourism, Culture, Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage. And farm wineries offer an experience in this province that is very valuable, and it brings in a lot of receipts for tourism dollars in the province. We need authentic experiences, the kinds of experiences that these wineries offer. And I also want to recognize that those farm wineries that are growing grapes here, the agricultural component is significant. They're making the product from scratch. It's an authentic Nova Scotia product. It costs a lot of money. One only has to look out their window, especially this time of year, to see that we live in a climate that is much more harsh than in places closer to the equator, where it's hot most of the time. And in certain places of the world where maybe weather is more consistent, you don't have freeze-thaw cycles. We saw the polar vortex funding, which was to address the cold snap we had that damaged so much of the grape crops in the province. So it costs more to run a farm winery. They have a different cost structure completely than commercial wineries. That is obvious. What we have been trying to do is ensure that both farm wineries and commercial wine operations have an ability to compete against their competitors. Because at the end of the day, we want, and we don't want one to hurt the other. That's probably the most important thing I can say. We don't want one to hurt the other. But they are competing against wines from all over the world, whether they're bottled in Quebec or whether they're bottled in France. They're competing against more than just themselves. We want to see both of those sectors in Nova Scotia thrive because both of them employ people. Both of them have business models that are very different, but both bring value to the economy in the province, and we want them both to thrive.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Minister did ask, why the emerging wines funding was made available under the previous government, and the reason is very clear: to help grow the sector. And so there were components to that. The primary beneficiary of public dollars that would have been utilized or for the markup would have been the farm wine sectors. And if you compare the markup from the bottlers to the markup from the farm wine sectors, they're very different. Very different. 43% to 143%. So the commercially bottled products, which cost probably around $8 a piece to produce, Madam Chair, they were marked up 143% to, let's say $20, $21. The farm wine produced wine was, I believe, marked up 43%. So that would, take a $15 bottle of wine cost to produce it and bring it up to, $21 to $23. So there was fairness in the competitive price point for both. what would happen, and again, the difference with how this government planned to approach this was to provide the same amount of support to both entities, which creates a really lopsided competitive advantage to the bottlers, because again, it's cheaper to produce, and again, the economic impact of the province is demonstrably less than with the farm wine sector. So I just wanted to answer that question that the minister asked me, because the rationale was very clear on why to do that. We had an emerging wine sector who wanted to grow and succeed, and it did, and it worked. And those dollars were invested wisely and fairly, and neither one nor the other was given a price point advantage as a result of that on the shelf. It is clear there was a trade issue that came up from that, but what's not clear is why the government decided to increase the support to the commercial sector, because that certainly wasn't prescribed in the trade deal. Every other jurisdiction that was implicated with the trade complaint from Australia, I believe it's Ontario, BC, and the federal government, none of them moved to do this sort of thing. Australia doesn't subsidize the importation of foreign grapes, I don't believe. Those other sectors that were implicated in this provided support through the Agriculture Department, which seems to protect government and sectors from trade challenges. The fact that this program was then moved into the Finance Department and instead of being done through agriculture, I think created more trade issues potentially. But my question to the minister is, although the program has been paused, we don't know how it's going to proceed, but we also know, based on the answers that the Premier and the Finance Minister gave the House and to the media, that there's been money that has been doled out already, and we don't know what the impact of that is going to be. So can the minister please confirm that investments have been made? And I know he's not going to want to tell us specifically how much money each of the commercial bottlers received specifically to their companies, but could he give us a ballpark figure overall how much money has been given to the commercial bottling sector as a result of the changes made on January 8th?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The commercial wineries was actually part of the trade challenge, because the trade challenge made the complaint that there was a preferential markup at the NSLC. In other words, it essentially made product coming from Nova Scotia onto the shelf at the NSLC, it made it you could price it higher. The producer in Nova Scotia could price it higher because there was a smaller margin going on it, and it would land on the shelf at the NSLC at maybe the same or even a lower price than a bottle, say, from Australia. So it wasn't just farm wineries that had that margin advantage. It was also commercial wineries. So it was part of the trade challenge. I would also say, Madam Chair, that the member's government, when it was in office, must have seen some value in commercial wineries in the province, because it was they who started the practice in 2015 of giving not only farm wineries an advantage, but commercial wineries an advantage with a markup that allowed their product to hit the shelf at maybe the same or lower price than a competing brand, say, from Australia or Quebec. It was bottled in Quebec, with the producer able to get more money for that bottle that it was selling to the NSLC, because it could come in at a higher price to the NSLC because there was a lower margin going on it at the NSLC. So the member's own government must have seen some value in commercial wine bottled in this province, because they started the policy in 2015. So I think the most important thing I can say is that our government doesn't want to do anything that hurts the farm sector, winery sector in this province. We have until May 30th to come to a solution that satisfies trade compliance for Australia. And my hope, I remain optimistic, my hope is that both farm wineries and commercial wineries in the province will feel good about what's in place.
I recognize the honorable member for Yarmouth.
Again, I mean, we've clarified this, so there was emerging wine support for both sectors, but the scale was not the same, and the minister knows that. And the difference with what the minister directed the NSLC to do was to give the equal amount of support to both when the return is not the same. So again, 143% markup for the bottlers, a 43% markup for the farm wine sector, to again bring the prices to competitive levels. That's very different than giving each group the same amount. And I know the minister knows the difference there. I do think the government hopefully is now recognizing the potential damage that they almost caused to a really critical sector that, again, was very well supported by the previous government, and also did really well because of their own entrepreneurship, investment, and the great products that they're producing primarily. And I think the reason they're just discovering this now is because the first time the Premier met with the farm wine sector and representatives from the grape growers was just last night. And it took 3 weeks of sustained public pressure and outcry and backlash for the Premier to take on that meeting. The farm wine sector, the grape growers, they were brought into this conversation 4 days before this announcement was made. So again, had the minister, multiple ministers of agriculture, finance, and the Premier met with the sector constructively far in advance of this decision, they would have known the scope of the potential damage that they could have created. I want to compare that, Madam Chair, to how long ago the Premier met with the commercial bottlers. It was in 2022. It was 2 years ago, where the Premier of the province directly met with those folks. And so you see a major discrepancy in consult and priority given to one side of this compared to the other. And certainly it seems that favoritism was played on this file. That does seem very, very clear to me on this. But hopefully this will be a change of direction. This is certainly a file that we're going to continue to pay attention to because it is a very consequential one for the rural economy and for the tourism economy and for ensuring that we continue to produce high value, high quality product that continues to gain recognition around the world and win awards and bring great attention and hopefully further investment to our province. On the tourism front, certainly there was another controversial decision around Cabot Links. This is something we registered concerns about, certainly with the location of the Cabot Links expansion. But one question I do have is whether there was a process for those sorts of expansions, or if the decision to not allow Cabot, because at one point the Premier said Cabot Links could put an application in, it would be looked at, and then the Premier intervened and said, no, it's not going to happen. Was there a process for this? Was there an application for this? What led to the decision to not allow the Cabot Links expansion?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So I think I heard two questions there. I'll start with the first, just back to the wineries. The member referenced the difference, and the difference was in levels of support between support for farm wineries and supports for commercial wineries, and that was the issue the main issue that was discussed last night in our meeting, and that's exactly why we paused the program for commercial wineries in the province. I think all of this really stems from the fact that there are different viewpoints to who competitors are. The farm wineries see the commercial bottlers as their competitors, or some of their competitors, and the commercial bottlers see commercial bottlers in other places like Quebec as being their competitors. So I really feel that's where the root of the disagreement between those two sectors of the wine sector, that's where it's coming from. There's a difference of belief in who competitors are. And nobody knows their competitors better than the businesses themselves. So I'm going to leave the answer to who knows their competitors best to the people that are in that business. But we heard their viewpoints last night, and that's why we paused the commercial wine program. And I feel we're trying to be responsive. And as the member had said before we moved on to the other issue, we agree. We want the farm winery in this province to thrive. We don't want a decision to help one group in the province to hurt another group. So moving on, the other question was about Cabot Links. And Madam Chair, that question is not related to my portfolio in finance and labor relations. But I will, I'll simply answer, because it's not really my place to answer those questions today for that. But I will tell the member that that process that he's speaking about would have nothing to do with tourism anyway. I will offer him that. I turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the Minister for his candor and for answering questions, and I will pass it off to my colleague, the member for King South.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Welcome, Minister, and to your staff here today. Minister, I want to begin by just trying to gain some insight into your thinking as Finance Minister. When we question you about the financial management of the province and the spending, the additional appropriations, your response is, we're spending on what Nova Scotians want. We're elected on health care. Premier is saying we're going to spend whatever it takes. So the question is, with respect to the financial health, you're not the health minister, you're not the premier of the province, you're the finance minister. Who's responsible for the fiscal health of the province?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The minister responsible, well, I would actually say every minister is responsible for the health of the financial health of the province, because every minister has a role of oversight over their department to ensure that money is spent prudently, that there's value for the taxpayer, to ensure that any investments that are made are getting the desired result. The Public Accounts Committee plays a big role in that. I recall that the former government actually changed the rules of the Public Accounts Committee, changed the rules of the legislature, not in the legislature, but at the committee level by using their majority on that committee, to actually eliminate some of the ways that the Public Accounts Committee could function, to hold government to account for how they spend money. Specifically, looking at any other matter that might concern the committee. The government, which that member was a part of, limited discussion with their majority in the committee only to Auditor General reports that could be 2 years old. They certainly weren't necessarily current issues of the day of concern to citizens, which would have, could have been very damaging to the government. So I can see why they did it. They wanted to protect their government, but it removed an ability of the opposition to use its role, which the member is now part of in the opposition, to hold the government to account and to question the responsibility taken for financial management and health of government's operations. So what I would say, Madam Chair, is that one of the things that I think we did as a government that was very important is we actually restored the opposition's ability to talk about things other than Auditor General reports and the Public Accounts Committee. And, you know, I think that's a sign that our government welcomes accountability in all its forms on that committee, unlike the previous government. I think it says that even though we have the power, as the last government had, and could change the rules of the legislature, no less, not in the legislature, but at the committee level, we're not going to use our power to do that. We're going to respect democracy. We're going to respect the institutions of this legislature, one of which is the Public Accounts Committee, to ensure that the members, we're going to respect the opposition members because Nova Scotians elected them too. We're not the only people elected. It's not just the government show here. The opposition matters too. And as a principle, I would, you know, having the privilege, I served in opposition for 12 years, having the privilege to serve in a government, I'm quite willing to respect the opposition because I know what it's like. I sat there long enough myself, and I believe the role is important. And so I would say, to answer the member's question, all ministers are responsible for the financial health of the government, but I would say, as Minister of Finance and Treasury Board, ultimately, if you were to point to one minister, it would be myself who is responsible. And if we want to talk about the financial health of government, there's a few things that come to my mind. One is, how do the bond rating agencies view us? Because they care. They care if they see a government taking on too much debt, and if they don't believe it's sustainable, they don't think it's financially healthy. But we've received a lot of reviews that were very positive. Moody's Investor Services on March 1st this year, and I'll quote, as the deficits are relatively small, and in fact, I will point this out, we've actually, in the end, delivered budget surpluses every year since we've been in office. As the deficits are relatively small, and I think they're referring to the ones that we budgeted for, not the fact that we actually delivered surpluses. As the deficits are relatively small, several key metrics, including debt burden and interest burden, do not differ significantly from our previous forecasts. And of course, Madam Chair, some of those previous forecasts would have been done under the previous government, under that member's government. So as a result, I continue on with the quote here, we view the budget as credit neutral. Nova Scotia exceeded its budget target for fiscal 23-24, which creates a more favorable starting point for the updated fiscal plan relative to our previous forecast. The deficits in the budget plan remain largely driven by higher spending, partly to meet demand from the growing population, but also to address affordability concerns and strengthen key social programs. The risks, therefore, will be tied to how well the province manages spending pressure, especially if revenue is lower than budgeted. Debt accumulation over the fiscal plan is driven by a combination of the operating deficits as well as financing needs for capital. I'll just depart there from the quote for a second, Madam Chair, and I'll state that the previous government also intended to make significant capital investments, particularly in healthcare. We think about in Cape Breton Regional Municipality, we think about in the Halifax Infirmary. I think of the Cape Breton Regional Hospital and the Halifax Infirmary. So those investments were going to add a lot of debt to the province's books, Madam Speaker. But we agree, I think, with the last government, unless they've changed their mind, that those investments are necessary. And even more necessary today because in the last 3 years, our province has grown significantly in terms of population. I'll just go back to the quote here from the rating agency itself. Risks therefore reflect those stemming from an inability to adhere to the debt accumulation over the fiscal plan is driven by a combination of the operating deficits as well as financing needs for capital. Risks therefore reflect those stemming from an inability to adhere to the operational plan as well as cost overruns on capital. The debt burden and interest burden remain, however, well positioned to absorb likely pressure that might arise. And they conclude by saying we also expect the interest burden to rise to 5.1% in 27-28 from 4.2% in 23-24. These levels remain consistent with our previous forecasts and are well aligned relative to similarly rated peers. So that was Moody's Investor Services. Morningstar DBRS on March 2nd of this year, they said the following: the surprise surplus position from the prior year will be upended by higher planned spending amid a global macroeconomic slowdown, which is expected to lead to rising debt and constrained flexibility over the medium term. However, we note that Nova Scotia entered this downturn with considerable fiscal flexibility, a relatively strong balance sheet, and a resilient economy which will help offset any modest deterioration in outlook. Despite acceleration in program spending and rollout of significant tax relief measures, alongside an absence of any plan for a return to balance, however, the deficits are expected to be manageable given the province's balance sheet flexibility. Nova Scotia's economy is one of the more resilient provincial economies as it acts as a regional service center for the surrounding provinces and continues to experience strong population flows. Following a slowdown in economic growth in 2023, momentum is expected to pick up over the next few years. Growth continues to be underpinned by ongoing population growth, an uptick in residential investments, easing of inflationary pressures, and continued recovery in the tourism sector. Downside risks to the outlook stem from persistently high interest rates, commodity price volatility, global geopolitical uncertainty, and supply chain disruptions. And I could also go on about Standard & Poor's rating, but I think I've made the point that I want to make is that the rating agencies look very favorably upon our province. So if the member is trying to suggest that I, as being the minister responsible, am responsible for the fiscal health of the province, I would say to you that the rating agencies would tell a story that we are in very good fiscal health. I would also add that every year since we've come to government, we've ended up with budget surpluses, not deficits, but surpluses, which, of course, are used to help to pay down the potential growth of debt. So, Madam Speaker, we've done it all while investing probably the most significant achievement of our government or the significant hallmark, what we would look to, is the healthcare system and our efforts to fix it. And we've done all of what I've just said while budgeting 36% more with this most recent budget than the previous government did in its last budget just 2.5 years ago, or 3 years ago now, I guess. I feel good about the fiscal health of the province, and I feel good about the fiscal future of the province, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I asked that when you're done with that document, if you could please table it for record. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. You're proud of your work. The Royal Bank came out with a review of Nova Scotia's budget. Headline: more investment in healthcare at the expense of fiscal health, noting no commitment to balanced budgets, placing the trajectory of the province's debt to worsen over the medium term, placing Nova Scotia among Canada's more indebted provinces in terms of share of GDP. I'd like to ask the Minister, your budget shows the increasing debt to GDP ratio, and we understand why that is with the investments in healthcare that you're planning. At what level do you become concerned of the debt to GDP level?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance with a short note that there is 7.5 minutes remaining in the Liberals' time.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. And my personal preference is to see that ratio as low as it can be. But I do know that you have to invest. There's times when you have to invest. And ideally, you invest, before you need to, so you're prepared. And I don't say this as a criticism of the previous government, because I don't think people could see at the time the population growth that was coming our way, coming out of the pandemic. But the previous government, so I don't say this as a criticism, but the fact is our province is growing. We need to invest. We need to replace. There's schools that are bursting at the seams here in HRM. There's hospitals, there's nursing homes that really should have existed before now. We have an ambitious plan to build about 2,500 beds. I think of the last government, what became the face of that issue was bed sores on the front page of the newspaper, where you had people, residents in nursing homes, that the system was so under capacity that not only were people in hospital beds at 4 times the cost waiting to get into nursing home beds, but the nursing homes were under such stress that the staff didn't have time, and you can imagine how that rested on their conscience, to come into rooms to turn residents so they wouldn't get bed sores. So, yeah, I suppose some could say you're spending too much money, you're being fiscally imprudent here. But think, Madam Chair, about what we're trying to do. We're trying to give people dignity. Yes, we're spending a lot more in health care. But, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, we're a growing province. The system wasn't set up in health care for the population we had, let alone the one we're going to. So I like a lower debt to GDP ratio, yes, but I also have an open mind to understand that there are times when investment is needed. And the investments that we're making, that ratio is not growing because of deficit spending. Because as I've just said, we've had surpluses. So it's growing, why? Because we're making capital investments in things like hospitals, schools here in HRM. We need to make investment in schools. That's in the future. It's in our capital plan. Education can speak more specifically to those investments, but all to say that debt to GDP ratio is growing because we're investing a lot more. We're making, I think the term we've been using is generational investments, because we got a lot of life out of some of the healthcare facilities we had. It's time they need to be renewed, and it's going to cost money. But if we want to have a good healthcare system, if we want to have schools that are big enough for all the kids that are in them, we got to invest in them. And I will point this out, Madam Chair, that our debt to GDP ratios, as you can see in this budget, on page 7 of the budget 24-25 document, this is I guess that's all that's on the cover of it here. The business plan, I think it's this business plan, right? The main budget document, okay, as opposed to the supplementary and estimates, thicker document. If you look at the debt to GDP ratio, yes, it's growing, but it is actually, even despite its growth, it's still lower than what the previous government had budgeted for. So if they were okay with it going higher, when the member was part of that government, yes, it's growing, but it's actually lower than the last budget they tabled in the legislature, which showed it growing even more.
I recognize the honourable member with, for King South with 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we've learned so far through this budget and the little discussion we're having here is there is no commitment by this government to balance the budget, and there is no level of debt to GDP ratio that the minister is concerned about. The minister is concerned about spending, spending, and spending. So let's look at that four-year fiscal plan, and I'd like to understand what is in that with respect to the capital projects. So we have a four-year fiscal plan. Is the Halifax infirmary expansion project and the costs associated with that of $2 or $3 billion, and perhaps you would like to reveal what that number is currently estimated at. But the most important question that you can respond to Nova Scotians on is that multi-billion-dollar project in the fiscal plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I think we missed it at the start of the member's comment there. Which item is he referring to?
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
The big one, the Halifax infirmary expansion, known to be 2 or 3 or more counting, in which there is a hope to complete that project in the next 5 years, according to the minister. Are those numbers baked into the four-year fiscal plan that you have presented in this budget?
So I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance with a note that there's only allowed 2 department staff at one time. So you can switch out if you'd like. Yeah. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get you an accurate answer, but we'll make sure we follow those rules. So the short answer, because there's not a lot of time here, is that there are some design components in the budget. The reason that the entire project is not included is for competitive reasons, because eventually we're going to have to go to market. And if we start showing what we believe the cost may be, we're sort of revealing our hand. And of course we want...
Order. The time has expired for the Liberal caucus. It is now time for the NDP. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax, Citadel, Sable Island.
Great, thank you. So, you know, this government was elected with a bunch of slogans and a platform, such as the payroll rebate and Nova Scotia Loyal, and the most is really the only thing that's actually been implemented at all. So I'm wondering if the minister can tell us what the total number of applicants and rebates paid out in 2023 was.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the member asked for most for last year, the 2022 tax year.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
2023.
I recognize the honourable minister for finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So far we've received 74 applications. The total tax refund for current applications is close to $260,000. But to date, because none of them have been approved yet, we don't have any approved yet. And of course, we're dependent on when those applications are submitted. But I think we have, as time goes on, I think we have the process to approve applications is getting more and more efficient. But of course, we have to make sure, these are Nova Scotians' tax dollars. We want to make sure that if we're handing out a rebate, that it is, a rebate that is legitimate and is, we wouldn't want to be handing them out so freely that there could be people applying that aren't eligible, for instance.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
How many applications are you expecting for 2023?
I recognize the honourable minister of finance.
So this may help to provide some context. In 2022, we had close to 2,600 applications, but 2023, we added a significant group of people, and that being nurses. So they're now eligible. So we expect to receive a lot more applications this year. I don't think we have a... So I'm seeing, we would expect about 2,600 nurses totaling. Okay, so about 2,600 nurses plus, I would expect similar to last year. So you're getting in the neighborhood of maybe 5,200 applications. Yeah.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so the expectation of 2,600 nurses, what is that based on?
I recognize the honourable minister of finance.
Well, it would be nurses, obviously under the age of 30. And, well, I have a lot of faith in my staff here, and I can tell you it's not me that's doing it because I wouldn't know offhand. But I would say that I can probably get an answer from a very capable person beside me, Ms. Kumaranaika.
I recognize the honourable minister of finance.
So, Madam Chair, in answer to the member's question, the College of Nurses provides us with information to help us understand the numbers that we could be seeing applications from.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So one of the things that we've expressed concern about in the House is the age cutoff of 30 being too low. So for instance, the mean age amongst apprentices in Nova Scotia in 22-23 was 32. Thus, they would not be eligible for this incentive. So have there been any further discussions about raising the age cutoff?
I recognize the honourable minister for finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this was an idea that was put forth as part of the platform in the election campaign of 2021. And there was a real interest to try to do something to ensure that we retain young people in the province and attract young people to the province. And that's why there was an age in the policy of under 30. And that was one of the primary goals of the program. There's no question. I would love to have this tax rebate. Everybody would love to have this tax rebate. There's a number of goals here. One is to focus on skills that are needed in the province, but another big component of it is age and the desire to try to encourage young people to put roots down in the province. somebody who is, under the age of 30 may, if they put roots down here, if this is an incentive to keep them in our province, they might start to, to buy a property or a home. They might get married. They might have children here. They might do all the things that make them more rooted in this province. And we need that because we need people in the province. We have a labor shortage right now. So this was an idea of the Premier's that's been put in place. I know the average refund has been upwards of $3,500, so it's very meaningful to those who are receiving it. We expect this year, I think, to be in the neighborhood of $27 million of support given to people under the age of 30 who are in these qualifying sectors that make application. And we're going to monitor this program and determine if, if there's changes needed in the future, we would consider that. But based on what it was put forward as, it was put forward for people under the age of 30. And it was a tool used to encourage people within that age group to lay down roots in the province, to stay here, to come here, to stay here. And because they're the people that are going to need, that we're going to need to help us with the labor shortages we have and to grow the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I can reassure the minister that I support the aims of what the policy might achieve. But what I am worried about is that the policy and that age cutoff specifically is not actually connected to evidence, and that there's actually a greater pool of people that one could attract if you actually looked at the ages of certain apprentices. Of the 2,600 applicants that were approved in 2022, I'm wondering if you can tell us the gender. I wonder if the minister can tell us the gender breakdown of those applications, their occupation, and their location within the province.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to nurses, it would be predominantly female. There's about 4,000. Where they're located and what their gender is around the province, we could get information from the apprenticeship agency on that. I don't have it here today. But I mean, that's the kind of information that over time, it's a brand new, last year was the first year. People could apply for the rebate. So as time goes on, the information will get better and better. So that's as close, that's the most detailed answer I can give you here today. But I guess, we're looking beyond where they are in the province and beyond gender. We're looking at people, young people, who we want in the province, with a goal of trying to get them to lay roots down here because we need them.
I recognize the honourable member from Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
It's also a shared goal that someday we can look beyond gender, absolutely. But I don't think that day is here. So I think when we look at the representation of women and gender diverse folks in the trades, for which so I asked you about 2022, which you have 2,600 data points that could easily provide some analysis of gender and location and occupation. That would give some pretty interesting information, I would think, as to what's working about the program and what could be improved. The YWCA of Halifax just released a report that I can table later, but really looking at the experiences of women and gender diverse folks in the trades, and it's not an equal playing field. That's why we have all these amazing programs to try and address that. It's also, also traditionally trades have not been We haven't seen African Nova Scotians or Indigenous folks as well represented amongst the trades as we should, and we have lots of programs, but those programs really should, like, how can most intersect with those? And I think the other challenge when looking at issues of gender is also, one that we have made the point of in the House before, but just that people's life trajectory. So if women end up starting families under 30, taking a break, they don't complete their apprenticeship, then they're not eligible for most. So I actually think you can't say you're looking beyond gender to youth. Like you actually need to look at who is benefiting from these programs. And right now, if that information is available, I would request that it be tabled in the House. So how about another question? So are there plans to expand most to include other in-demand health professionals?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we're, what I would say, at an average rebate of almost $3,500, I think when the word starts getting out about that, that's something that no matter who you are, no matter what gender, no matter where you live in the province, that's a meaningful rebate on your income taxes, something that everybody would love to have. There's no question, historically, and you think of the skilled trades, definitely, more men in the skilled trades, no question. But we can't change history. At the end of the day, people have to choose trades. All kinds of factors are going to go into that. The most is only maybe one small element in, motivating somebody to choose a career in the trades. They're well-paying jobs nowadays. A lot of people I went to school with have done very well for themselves in trades, and we all know people. I think people other than men are seeing the benefit. I have a niece. She went to NSCC carpentry. We were wondering, she's a creative person into music. We kind of thought, we're kind of surprised she's interested in carpentry. Turns out she was pretty good at it. I'm glad she saw herself in that. That's ultimately what people need to see something for themselves. My sincere hope is that if most can play a role in encouraging people, no matter what their background, to consider getting into a skilled trade or other occupation where there's demand for, so they can have a good career, make a good living. If most plays a role in that, I'd be very happy if it does. But its focus, as it was put out, was on people under the age of 30. Will it be expanded to other areas? I think that's something we will always look at, and certainly open to that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I'm wondering if the minister can talk a bit about what the plan is for the most program as income tax brackets get indexed, so that how to keep up the incentives that they feel most have, that the minister feels most has.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, most, I would say it's not even really impacted by indexing tax brackets. People are going to pay, maybe somebody will come up with an argument that it needs to change, but it's still going to be a rebate that is capped at a certain amount. If tax brackets are indexed, which they now will be starting 2025, it's not going to impact. People may have a lower income tax bill, but people will still be able to collect the same rebate based on their taxes that they owe.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So in the fall, the minister indicated that he would be interested open to looking at whether or not a senior's income benefit could be implemented in Nova Scotia. And I'm wondering if the minister has an update on this. So has the minister worked with CRA to determine what that would look like in terms of rolling it out? And has a jurisdictional scan been completed to look at the 8 other jurisdictions in Canada that have this type of benefit that provides funding automatically to seniors based on their income tax return?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I remember the day that I had the scrum on that. And I would say that I saw the stories that reported that, and I didn't feel like what was reported, in a rare instance, was what I said, but I also wasn't able to go back and look at what I said. All to say that we did something new as a government with the Seniors Care Grant, something that was never done before, and it was to help seniors in their homes. That is something new. It's something that has been well received by Nova Scotians. My constituency offices helped many of my constituents access that level of support. But no, I've not done any further work to the member's question because it's not something I felt, and I certainly didn't intend to commit to at the time. But not having the ability to go back and look at the actual language is not something I intended to communicate. I will say that at the time.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I mean, there were certainly a lot of challenges with this year's seniors benefit in terms of, it creates a huge amount of work for seniors themselves. It also, I know we were all in our constituency offices flooded with requests for help and access. And then, although the amount of applicants was expected, it wasn't actually anticipated, and thus there was a long lag time for a lot of seniors to access the funding. So I guess from our perspective, the program, it is important to support seniors, but there's probably better ways to do it. And so is the minister going to look at any other options for supporting seniors?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is not really finance related, but I will, because I have such capable people here with me today, I can offer the member that the delay was due to a software issue that I believe has been, they're working to fix. That would fall under Service Nova Scotia. The program itself falls under seniors and long-term care. The Seniors Care Grant payments, they're not automatic because it's not based solely on age or income status. There's also only one per household, so if you have a senior couple living together, they can only get one payment per household. So I hope that information is helpful to the member to answer her question.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. That's helpful to know that there's no sort of work being done to look at other options. I think, I guess what I would say is that, if you have a program that you've introduced, whether you feel it's working or not, what you actually need to do is do some program evaluation, look at what other jurisdictions are doing, and sort of undertake continuous review. And related to that, actually, is this minister's refusal to consider changes to the Finance Act to address additional appropriations. And, you know, I understand, just to preempt some of the conversation. So absolutely, it was an NDP government in 2010 that introduced the changes to the Finance Act. Those changes in 2010 were long overdue. It's been 14 years, and particularly at as sort of a key part of how government manages, I think that legislation should be reviewed on on a schedule, on a fairly continuous basis, that there should be ongoing analysis. And so we have an Auditor General who said twice that this is not appropriate. We have, you can review the Auditor General report that, indicates that we're out in the wilderness in terms of Canadian jurisdictions and how this is handled. So I'm wondering if the minister can tell me one reason why he would not consider updates to the Finance Act to address additional appropriations.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Because you can't have it both ways. The NDP did bring the policy in. I never had a problem with it. I was a finance critic at the time. So I feel I have integrity on this issue. It is, if it was good for the NDP, because they brought it in and used it during their time in office, if it was good for the Liberals, who were in office for 8 years, suddenly it's not good anymore for the NDP and the Liberals because the PCs are in office. You can't have it both ways. Either this policy change back in 2010 was okay or it wasn't. It was certainly okay for the NDP at the time. They brought it in. It was okay for the Liberal Party. They used the same rules when they were in. We're using the same rules. So, and I didn't have a problem with it when I was in opposition. You know what's something else, Madam Chair? Personally, I didn't file one FOIPOP request in my entire time in the legislature. Do you know why? Because I believe most of the information is already out there with the public anyway. Most of the information that needs to be debated, I would say pretty well all of it is out there. It's already out there. And much like this spending, it's not a secret. We go across the street here and we have the media there, we invite the opposition, we lay out what we're doing. You can criticize it in the moment, you can debate it in the moment, you can run over to a microphone and a camera and say, this is awful. But you know what? None of the things that we've been spending the money on I think we're seen as awful. They're healthcare, housing, affordability, extreme weather events. Those are the big things. This is the budget we're working on now. Budgets are estimates. That's all they can be. We don't know for sure every dollar we're going to get from all the sources. We could never know that. Nobody ever knows that. We make our best. We make our best estimate. And we get, when it comes to revenues, we get all of the big Canadian banks to weigh in, Atlantic Canadian academic institutions to weigh in on our assumptions. We even run them by the Auditor General's office. So we don't know that there's going to be a Hurricane Fiona in the middle of the year. When we took office, who knew that we were starting to see signs of it, I think in certain parts of the province, probably here in HRM, of housing, but I wasn't seeing housing issues before we came to office in my constituency in Inverness. I mean, they were there, there's no question. But, people would contact our office. Before too long, we would help get them placed with housing. You don't know the future, so the budget is an estimate. So additional appropriations, we're following the exact same rules as the NDP and the Liberals. It's a very transparent process. We're open to be held to account on it. As I mentioned earlier, we changed back the rules on the Public Accounts Committee because we welcome being held accountable. We want the opposition to have everything, at the Public Accounts Committee that they had and should have based on the rules of the legislature to hold the government to account. We welcome that. So we're following the same rules, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. There's a few things to sort of unpack there. So first of all, I appreciate the minister sharing his views on why he did or didn't use FOIPOP, but I don't know if that's meant to shame media, stakeholders, citizens, or members of the opposition using FOIPOP, but that's actually not what we're here to discuss as far as I can tell. We've talked about this before in the House in terms of how sort of the practice of public administration in Canada in particular, but actually worldwide has evolved over time, because as government started offering services, sometimes they realized that it worked really well and sometimes it didn't. And so we have a whole budget process. We should have a whole expenditure management system that's underpinned by policies and processes to ensure transparency and accountability. And part of that is that in a democratic system where a number of people have been elected to the legislature, some of whom form government, some of whom don't, but also were elected fairly and justly in their ridings, have a chance to come together and look at the actions and for governments, a lot of actions actually are expenditures, of course. So. So I think, I guess I really stand by what I said, that, there is no reason why we shouldn't be reviewing key acts that underpin the management of government like every 5 years. If in the 14 years since the updates were, passed, that we have found ourselves both out of step with other jurisdictions, as well as reminded by our Auditor General, then I guess I just don't see why you would dig your heels in. And I think the other question too is the actual proportion, right? So in 2013, the additional appropriations totaled 4.2% of the overall budget, and in 22-23 they totaled 10.6%. And there are many other options. So. I don't think anyone was lucky enough to hear my story about the international assistance envelope management within the federal government. But for instance, within that, there's a crisis pool, and that crisis pool is established because of things like tsunamis and other humanitarian crises that are, like a hurricane, unpredictable. And so that crisis pool was created as a reserve of money that affected departments and ministers could access rapidly to be able to be part of a rapid response to, essentially death and destruction. But there was still a reporting process. There was still an accountability to Parliament that followed up. And I think that's what, what we're talking about is what other jurisdictions do in terms of being able to both respond overnight to what people need in their provinces and territories, absolutely, but also respect the fact that they are actually a democratic government. When you look at the Auditor General's report, so much of the money has no backing behind it. So much of, they only looked at 11 examples and, couldn't find the paperwork behind the majority of those. I'm trying to look for the number that I know, but there's almost 500 million that remains unspent. These were not emergency expenditures. It hasn't even been spent now. 100 million plus was sent to educational institutions to build buildings and start programs in March of a year. That doesn't get spent then. So I guess I'm wondering, does the minister stand behind the $100 million plus that was sent to educational institutions last year that remains largely unspent as necessary to circumvent the legislative process?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, the expenditure of these dollars doesn't end at that point, as the member would suggest. I think about the Cape Breton Medical School, and I think about all the people I've known over the years who tried to get into medical school in this province and couldn't get in. Not because they couldn't become good doctors, but for whatever reason, they couldn't get in. And some of them have since become good doctors, great doctors. They had to go to school in the Caribbean, in other parts of the world. They had to do their practicums in the United States. Only for their love of Nova Scotia and their desire to come back here are we lucky enough to have them today, because, you know, I think it's fair to say their province wasn't there for them when they wanted to become a doctor in Nova Scotia. The medical school at CBU can change that. It's an institution in the province that can now educate Nova Scotians who want to become doctors. And I think that's a wonderful thing, and I'll definitely stand behind that. Was it an emergency expenditure? No. But the state of the healthcare system and fixing it, a lot of people would tell you that's an emergency. Go ahead, get on with it, fix it. Because people, I think when we came to government, people were feeling a lot of stress. People who are working in that healthcare system were feeling very overwhelmed. We need more doctors. You'll remember the campaign commitment of a doctor for every Nova Scotian. You know, that's been going on for years. You know, the need for more doctors, the need for more medical. And now, as a growing province, the demand for that is even greater. Maybe we do things differently in Nova Scotia. I know we have a law amendments committee that other provinces don't have, where we bring people in off the street to comment on bills. I know the way we do our revenue projections in this province is different from other provinces. I think it has even more scrutiny. The question of additional appropriations, I mean, a government is elected to act. Not everything the government does is done through the legislature. Many things are done through regulation by Executive Council. That's one of the branches of government, along with the judiciary and the legislature. So it was the NDP that empowered the government to do additional appropriations in 2010. It was democratically done. It was done in the legislature. And it was accepted in the legislature, as I recall. I didn't vote against it. To suggest that the legislature is being circumvented, I disagree with that. That was a bill that went through the legislature in 2010 by the NDP, and it must have been supported by the Liberals because they used it for 8 years. We're using the same rules. We're following the legislation, and we're accountable to the legislature through that legislation. And the forecast updates that we provide, that I spoke about before, where we invite the opposition, invite the media, those are required under legislation. So we're following the legislation. We could have debates over these additional appropriations, but by the time we'd have them, they've already been made. The expenditures have been made. Government has to act when there's a Hurricane Fiona. If government wants to fix the healthcare system, should we not act if we have the money to move ahead more quickly, if we have the money to do it? Can you imagine the criticism that we would have from the same members of the legislature that criticize us for spending if we didn't spend the money and we sat on it and we tabled massive surpluses at a time when the healthcare system needs investment? Imagine the criticism. If we have the money, we want to spend it to help Nova Scotians. So with these additional appropriations, as I've said, we focused on healthcare, housing, extreme weather events, response to them to help Nova Scotians. We know about the fires that happened, the Hurricane Fiona, the floods. So yeah, healthcare, housing, affordability supports, extreme weather. Those are all things, Madam Chair, that we hear the opposition asking us to spend on in the legislature. So you can't have it both ways. We are the government. We are following the legislation. We are accountable at public accounts, the Public Accounts Committee, which we restored the power of for the benefit of the opposition. And we are accountable every time we do a forecast update. And we are following the same rules and as previous two governments. And we're doing something different than the last government by restoring power to the Public Accounts Committee to give the opposition the power to look at issues other than Auditor General reports, which can be any issues.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you. And, you know, I agree that, you know, from the moment that I stepped onto the doorstep as a candidate, that, you know, people really talk to me about their concerns and their deep fears and their deep worries about the health system. So new parents who are concerned that they're managing, you know, their children's first vaccines through drop-in clinics or through, you know, the clinic for unattached newborns that exist in Halifax. They don't have anyone following the development of their children beyond that. Folks who are really concerned about their parents, their aging parents, and if they can get access to the health care they need. You know, in my writing, lots of healthcare professionals, of specialists and others have confessed many of their fears of working in a system that is crumbling and that they're actually not able to provide the timely health care that they want to be able to provide. And talk to, you know, two-doctor family from elsewhere in the country, and again, because just for confidentiality, I won't name the other province, but who had come for a year hoping to settle and honestly didn't feel ethically that they could work in this healthcare system. So does the healthcare system need help? Absolutely. And those fears haven't changed. I hear the same concerns on the doorstep. So, you know, I guess, you know, I'm going to focus just on the 432.7 million that the Auditor General had a look at. There were, yes, some investments for the long term in the development of some health programs at universities. But basically, otherwise, there was a lot of money given out to Efficiency One, you know, Screen Nova Scotia, Horticultural Nova Scotia. All of these organizations are, you know, critical to the success of our province. I'm not arguing that at all. But what I'm saying is that none of these, the 11 that were sampled, and it would be really interesting if the Auditor General could go back and sample all of the additional appropriations. None of these were urgent. In fact, when Efficiency One was provided $50 million in 2022 and had only spent, sorry, I don't have all my numbers right in front of me, but they had not spent that, and they spent less than half of that. And then they were given an additional $140 million in 2023. And as of December 2023, they had only spent $8 million from the $140 million, and they had only spent $22.1 million from 2022 funding of $50 million. And so, like, if we're talking about immediate healthcare needs, you know, there are other ways that the money could have been invested in. Honestly, that is the role of the legislature. You know, you have formed government because you won more seats in that room than we did, but it's still a democracy, and so we actually still have a right to listen to what our constituents say and bring it to the floor of the legislature. And so, I guess, you know, like I said, I've said a million times, like, you know, yes, it was an NDP government that brought in the Finance Act. I think it needs to be revised. The Auditor General thinks it needs to be revised. Other provinces and territories have also had a look at their procedures and increase accountability and transparency. And, you know, when I look at the expenditures, and then the money that remains unspent. So it's just sitting there. And in many cases, there was, such a lack of any sort of controls in place, which, I hope we've all read the Auditor General's report. That was 11. That was only 432 million of the last 2 years of over 2 billion in additional appropriations. So maybe the minister could just tell us maybe where he would see that this would restrict things. So how does handing out 59 million to CBU in March of 2023, certainly none of it's going to be spent in that fiscal year that ends on March 31st. So, really what was the rationale and why would it have hurt? What would it have stopped to actually include it in the budget that started April 1st of 2023?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Chair, the question would and the preamble would suggest that this money is gone, there's no other controls over it. Well, in fact, ministries that would be responsible for these organizations, there would be contracts, there would be other measures in place. A lot of these organizations are very reputable. The first one is Efficiency One. They've been in business for a number of years in the province, helping people really with the cost of living associated with heating their homes, the cost of electricity in their homes, lighting and so on. They have programs, they're up on their website, they're accessible for people, people know the rules. That's an example of an investment that government has a line of sight on and knows that there's going to be a need for that. And it's empowering them to continue that work. People can say, well, you've given them money. If they don't spend it all right away, they get the benefit of being able to hold the cash and maybe generate returns on it. But again, we have ability to require that any earnings they would make on that money are put towards the programs in question. So if we can help organizations advance the cause of addressing energy poverty, for instance, to help a academic institution in the province, in the case of CBU, start a medical school. We don't just say, oh, you're going to start that, go ahead, I hope you do well with it. We're going to be involved in that every step of the way. And I'm sure that CBU will have other needs from the province in the future, as all of these academic institutions have. And they're going to want to make sure that any investments the province is making are good investments, because they want good relations with the province, whomever is in government. There's a mutual interest. These organizations, they are interested in the people they're serving, and they're the same people that we're serving.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I think, what the minister outlines in terms of, having contracts in place and conflict of interest clauses and all the good things that we would do if we, when as a business, if you were providing money to a contractor, you'd want to know what services were going to be provided on what timeline for what money. And you'd want to make sure you put in place the types of guidelines that help ensure that you're going to get what you've paid money for on the schedule that you've paid money for it. And in government, that necessity to ensure that you have, in fact, done the due diligence is only heightened. And I would just suggest that, with only 11 examples out of many, that consistently that due diligence wasn't undertaken. So, so for instance, in terms of, you mentioned the assignment of interest earned clause, which was actually only present in 4 of the 11 that were examined. So in the other ones, in fact, there is no assignment of interest clause contained. So let's pick a different example. So, for instance, the funding that was provided to St. FX and St. Mary's in 2023, $37.4 million and $25 million respectively, there's no assignment of interest clause learned in place. So can the minister explain what's going to happen with the interest?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Chair, it is one thing we agreed with in the Auditor General's report we have an ability to improve controls. But it's not that there are no controls at present. We have regular communication with these organizations, and we have an ability to make requests of them and to share our expectations because we believe there is mutual interest with these organizations to ensure that they're generating good value for the initiatives that we're entrusting them with. So we did agree with the Auditor General that we can do work to improve some controls in that area, but we would also say that government still has a lot of ability in working with these organizations, which many of them are well known to government and been working with them for years, to ensure that what they're carrying out brings good value at the end of the day.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Can the minister specify which controls are being updated or more consistently implemented?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So specifically around the grants management policy, 2 items would be ensuring, that it's clearly outlined the conflicts of interest requirements to ensure that there are no conflict of interests when these organizations are utilizing funds that we are providing to them. And also if they have amounts held in cash that are destined to be used to help Nova Scotians, but if they are able to generate earnings on them, like interest, that we could require and would require them to use any income generated for the purposes of the initiative that we've entrusted them to carry out on the government's behalf for the benefit of Nova Scotians.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island with just a note that there's 9 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Will the minister reach out to partners where this is lacking to request the negotiation of an addendum to MOUs or contracts that would in fact add the conflict of interest requirement as well as any unused interest?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, that would be the responsibility of departments most closely aligned with the initiatives. However, our department would certainly work with them on that to improve that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So will the minister or has the minister proposed this to Cabinet?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm sworn to oath of cabinet confidentiality. But I think the important answer to the members, what the member's getting at is, you know, are we going to work towards controls? And yes, we've agreed with the Auditor General that there are some improvements that can be made here, and we intend to make them.
I recognize the Honourable Member from Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
You know, I appreciate that, of course, the proceedings of Cabinet cannot be revealed, but I am hopeful that the minister would demonstrate leadership and his responsibility for the fiscal well-being of the province to suggest that, you know, of the current spending envelope of government and what's been spent, that there be some you know, retroactive work to make sure that going forward, these contracts, which, you know, will take years to spend down, are in fact updated. The better paycheck guarantee, will the minister indicate if it's been abandoned?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I think the Premier made some significant comments on that earlier this year, and the member would be correct.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
You know, in terms of the question of additional appropriations, were any alternatives provided to the minister for consideration?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
I'd like if the member could clarify the question, recommendations from whom?
I recognize the Honourable Member from Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Sorry, I'm getting sloppy. So in the fall PAC meeting, the department stated the following, that, you know, we have carefully considered this matter and believe the system in place is transparent and accountable to the public and the legislature. And at this meeting, the minister's own position and comfort level of the current process was referenced. So I'm wondering, from the Department of Finance and Treasury Board, were alternatives presented to the minister?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So it's really a decision of the legislature, and I think the department respects that. The practice is one that's, I think, everybody has grown accustomed to in this province since 2010. So I think that would be my answer to that question.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I mean, I'm thrilled to hear the minister say that the legislature is responsible for that. Will the minister table amendments to the Finance Act regarding this, since they've been asked for by members of the opposition?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I think I can say comfortably that the department is comfortable with the current process, the current legislation around additional appropriations. So that would be my answer. There was no effort by the department to say, this is a really bad process, you guys should really change it. This is a process that's been in place since 2010 that's really received no complaint until very recently. And it was used by both the NDP who brought it in and the Liberal Party for 8 years until we came to office. So there was no one in the department was telling me that you should change this because it's bad. They recognize it as a decision of the legislature and a process that they've become very accustomed to because it's been like this since 2010.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island with a note that there's 3.5 minutes remaining.
So, I mean, I think a couple things, and I think I already mentioned this, but I mean, the actual percentage of the overall budget has increased significantly under this budget that's being spent in additional appropriations. I believe that following the introduction of the revised Finance Act in 2010, that under the NDP government there was an additional appropriation of 53 million and 60 million, I believe, in the last 2 years of the mandate, which is quite different from 1.6 billion, inflation and all. And so, I mean, does the minister think that there should be a cap on how much of the budget could be dispersed in additional appropriations?
I recognize the honourable minister for Finance.
Madam Chair, we're using the same rules, the same legislation that the NDP brought in 2010 and the same legislation that was followed by the previous Liberal government. It's the exact same rules. We're not doing anything different. The expenditures we've been making under additional appropriations through the process the NDP put in are very transparent. We have quarterly forecast updates where we have to explain if we are making additional appropriations, where that money is going and why. The system, we feel, is accountable to the public. There are some people that watch legislative television, and I think they do a great job producing what you're seeing here today. But a lot of Nova Scotians get their news on the radio, newspapers, on the internet, television. And through all those mediums, these forecast updates are they're produced through those mediums. People get to hear about it. The opposition gets to give their opinion on it right in the moment of those quarterly forecast updates. So I believe that the policy that was put in place in 2010, which is the same, we're following the same rules that the last two governments are following, and it's a decision of the legislature. It's never been an issue for the opposition when they were in government. Suddenly it's an issue for them now. We're following the same rules. We feel we're being accountable, and we've increased accountability by restoring the Public Accounts Committee rules, which is a significant tool of the opposition, which we believe they should have to hold the government accountable, because we welcome to being held accountable.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island with 24 seconds.
Okay. Well, so just to revisit this, I think that if you are being told better, or told that your policies aren't working, and so you know that there's a problem reflected by the Auditor General and others, and we're out of sync with the rest of the country, then we should do better. And we should amend the Finance Act to make sure we're doing the most we can do in terms of accountability and transparency.
Order. The time for the NDP, allotted time for the NDP has expired. We will take a short 5-minute recess before we move on to the Liberal caucus.
Order. We will now resume. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to make a couple comments with respect to the Minister's approach to additional appropriations. I think what the Minister fails to recognize is, although it has been used since 2010, what has changed is the scale in which this government has decided to use additional appropriations, and what has motivated both opposition parties with respect to calling for a revision to how additional appropriations are utilized is the Auditor General, for the first time in 14 years, has raised this and raised it several times, given the unusual and excessive spending of this government. So to hide behind some history of 2010 with respect to the, what I would say, reckless spending by this government with utilizing additional appropriations, it's, I think, frankly unacceptable, and the Auditor General, I'm sure, will continue to call on this government to act in a more fiscally responsible way. But we're going to have to agree to disagree, Minister, because you seem to feel that additional appropriations that are reported after the fact, after the money is spent, and it is a fait accompli, that it's suitable accountability to appear for a half an hour in a fiscal update, give the opposition no time to analyze the additional appropriations and the spending, and give the opposition moments to make their points with the press, which you alluded to. We can go in front of the cameras with absolutely little time to analyze or question government on the decisions that have been made with the money out the door. So I just wanted to put that on the record with respect to why opposition and the Auditor General are calling on this government to end this practice, which is highly unusual. As has been indicated throughout the country, nothing like this happens. And it is serious when you see the actions of the government with respect to the Auditor General's report, which we'll probably talk a little bit about later in terms of the value for money for overspending of the budget. So with that, I'd like to go back to where we left off. Minister, on the Halifax Infirmary expansion project, you indicated in your final comments that we were going to market for that project. I'm very happy to hear that, and I just would like the Minister to confirm that they are going to be tendering this project as opposed to sole sourcing it with the remaining proponent from the P3 tender that was handed over to this government some 2.5 years ago and lost the one bidder. You were working with the remaining proponent, PCL, Plenary Health, and you're now indicating that we're going to market. So I think that's a very, very important change, and I just would like the Minister to confirm that they are now going to be tendering the total project or aspects of the project in a competitive tendering process.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That question doesn't fall under my portfolio, but I would encourage the member to ask during health estimates that question to the minister who's responsible for that to get an answer.
I recognize the Honourable Member of King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. Last year when I approached the minister responsible to try to gain some information on these projects, he referred me to the Minister of Finance. You clearly will not reveal a number, but you've told me you're going to market. That seems to indicate that you're under the impression that we're tendering, but you're not willing to confirm that here.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, Madam Chair, the member should know that ministers answer questions pertaining to their estimates for their department, and this initiative does not fall under my department. I did provide an answer earlier because he was questioning the where it was showing up, I think, in the capital plan, which I am responsible for. But if he's asking questions about procurement of healthcare facilities, he needs to ask the minister responsible for that, and I think he still has the opportunity to do that, because I believe health estimates are occurring concurrently with our proceedings here in the Red Room. And I'm sure they'll last more than a day, so he should have the opportunity to ask the minister responsible, Minister of Health, to get the government's answer to his question, because we will have no problem providing the answer, but it needs to be provided by the minister responsible to ensure that the member has the most accurate and up-to-date answer he can have.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
All right, thank you, Minister. I'm not certain I'm going to have an opportunity, based on what I understand is going on in the other room and the concurrent work that's going on here in Subcommittee. So you are responsible for the capital plan, and we've determined that the Halifax Infirmary Expansion Project is not in the fiscal four-year capital plan, except for planning and design work. There's a number of other projects that the government has announced. Minister, the new emergency room in the Dartmouth General Hospital, is that in the four-year fiscal plan?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I would encourage the member, I would refer him to the Minister of Health for his question, and if he can't be in the other room, maybe a colleague of his can ask the question while Health is up in the main chamber to get an answer to that question.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Okay. Again, I repeat that the last attempt I had asking the minister responsible referred me to the Minister of Finance. So here are the projects I'm interested in knowing in the capital plan, whether they are in the fiscal plan. The Dartmouth General Hospital new emergency room, the Cobequid Health Centre expansion, the Bears Lake Transition Care, I think that's on hold, but I'm not certain. The Mental Health and Addictions Facility in Dartmouth, the Heart Center, and the Nova Scotia Rehab and Arthritis Center. All of these were announced 15 months ago, and I'm wondering in 15 months whether there's been any planning that gives you visibility on putting into the fiscal plan these 6 health projects.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who the member is referring to, but I know he's referring to somebody. The Minister of Health is responsible for this. She would be the best person to ask the question to. I'm not sure what's happened in the past where you've been referred to the Minister of Finance on this, and I can't be held responsible for who referred you and when, but what I would say is this file is managed by the Minister of Health, and if you're asking detailed questions about it, the Minister of Health is the person to answer those detailed questions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Yes, just for clarification, I asked the minister responsible for healthcare development a year ago and asked a very similar question and got no response from him and his staff and referred me to you, Minister, because you are responsible for the fiscal plan. So I think what I'm hearing is you are unable to tell me whether those 6 projects are in your fiscal plan that you've presented in the budget documents here. So at this point, I'm going to say, based on the minister responsible for the 4-year fiscal plan, that these 6 facilities are not in that. You don't have the knowledge that they're in there, so I have to move forward with that. So let's move on then. The new long-term care projects, you referenced building or replacing 2,500 long-term care beds. Will these projects be tendered? Are you aware?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So, Madam Chair, I assure the member I'm not trying to evade questions here. The Minister of Finance is responsible for, I guess you could say, everything that has a dollar symbol attached to it. But the reality is, in this case, this would be fall under the Ministry of Seniors and Long-Term Care. So what's in the capital plan is evident. It's released as part of the budget. It's released before the budget was tabled in the House. But we don't have, even amongst my staff here today, who are very capable people, as you know, if you didn't think I was capable, I'm sure you'd at least think they were. We don't have that level of detail for you today at Department of Finance. Like, if you're asking questions around procurement, there's another minister responsible for that. I can tell you around healthcare procurement, for the Halifax Infirmary as an example, that would be the health minister. If you're asking about nursing home beds, that's all handled by the seniors and long-term care minister. So it's not that I don't want to answer questions, I'm just not in the position to have the most detailed information with me to answer them here during budget estimates. I'm responsible for the Department of Finance. Those items aren't line items in the Department of Finance's budget. They might be in the grand scheme of the entire provincial budget, yes, but they don't fall under the Department of Finance and Treasury Board as a line item. So when we're looking at the estimates here, I'm here to answer questions on all of those line items, and I won't be like a former minister. I guess I can say his name because I was critic at the time when Graham Steele was minister. He came in, he said, I'm only answering questions that are related to these items, and he proceeded to provide a list. I'm not going to be that restrictive, but what I will say is if there's something that goes beyond our department's responsibility as a line item for the department, I would ask, and I would refer your question to be asked to the minister most closely connected to those files, because that's going to get you the answer that you're looking for.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
I have to say, Minister, I am confused by the response. I am aware that the department is reluctant to put numbers into the fiscal plan until they have some hard estimates, so that may be explaining why they are not in the fiscal plan. And I guess I'm going to have to leave it at that. Clearly, there are hundreds of millions of dollars of announcements with respect to the long-term care projects, and most recently, the 212 units of public housing that I understand that the minister has stated will be completed within this next 4-year fiscal plan. So I'm looking to know and understand if they are included in the fiscal plan, and you have indicated you may have some more information.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on page 16 of the capital plan, now this is very high level, but if you go to page 16 of the capital plan, there's a figure of just over $275 million for the Halifax Infirmary expansion and the Cape Breton Regional Hospital. And there is a $33.2 million figure for the Bears Lake outpatient. So page 16 of the capital plan. Oh, sorry, correction, page 5 of the capital plan. But I realize that's very high level. And again, if the member wants to ask specific questions about those developments, the minister to ask would be the Minister of Health. If he's asking about nursing homes, Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care would be the minister to ask. And there's still, health is up in the main chamber as we speak, and usually health is up for 20 hours, I think, on average. But it's certainly up to the opposition how long they want health to be there. And seniors and long-term care has yet to appear for estimates, but I would encourage the member to ask his questions to those ministers to get the answers he's looking for.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let's move around here a little bit. In terms of spending controls with respect to the budgets that have been set, and I note the minister has indicated, well, budgets are just estimates, and so things are going to change. But they're also a plan. They are an indication to Nova Scotians what the government is planning to do, and I would argue that it is extremely important for government to spend prudently and wisely and plan their spending, and it's important to bring that plan to the legislature to show Nova Scotians what the thoughtful, prudent path is by the government, and to present those estimates to Nova Scotians and to the members of the legislature that this is our plan for the next year. And this goes back to the concerns raised with additional appropriations. Clearly, $1.7 billion 2 years ago was completely unplanned spending, and is the reason we need to call into question whether the spending is prudent and responsible, that projects have been thought through, are strategic, and I know this government wants to move fast, 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 fast. It's the title of the budget, but the Auditor General has clearly pointed out that there are significant pitfalls raised when a government does not present a budget and their fiscal plan for the year and stick to it. And if in the course of that year they fall into some money, then you plan that expenditure and bring back in the next year how you are going to spend the additional funds that you've received. Every province, I shouldn't say every, most provinces I've heard in terms of their budgets have been getting similar windfalls. New Brunswick just presented their budget today. I heard it was to be a balanced budget with additional spending on health care. They are clearly working within a normal fiscal framework with respect to budgeting. So one thing I noted in the budget that I'd like the minister to comment on is with respect to spending controls by the departments. We have actuals from last year indicating in this budget that not one department except your own, not one department came in with a budget. And I would like to suggest that a fiscally responsible, prudent government would have some expectation that each of their departments are operating within the budgets approved by this legislature, approved by cabinet, but to have not one single one come in budget, I think is quite remarkable. And I'm wondering if the minister has any concerns about how departments are managing their budgets.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think what is notable is the significant increases in revenue that we were not expecting. But at every quarterly forecast update, we've updated the public on those revenue increases, and we've also updated them on how we've spent those increases. There is, yes, if we knew the future, we could have put those things in the budget back on budget day last year and the year before and so on. But it's the same, it's the same reality every government faces, is that you don't know for sure. Many years, governments actually have to find savings to help try to address the fiscal situation they're in because the revenues come in less than budgeted for. So there's no question we've benefited from extra revenues because the province is growing, but we're also experiencing pressures because the province is growing. We experience pressures because of the previous government's decisions around health care. Holding the line on spending may have helped in terms of fiscal interests, but did it help in the interests of people that needed care in the system? Did it help people waiting for nursing home beds? And we could debate this all day long, but I think nursing home beds is one of the finest examples. There was scarcely, I think there was a few beds announced near the end of that 8-year term. And prior to that, it was the last real nursing home beds that were announced in the province were going back to 2009. So province has grown by a lot more people since then. The demographics of the province is aging. We have an older population in this province. The last government held the line on expenditure. I remember I remember the health minister talking about when she was working in the nursing home in Antigonish, how they held the line so much. I don't think they gave inflationary increases to the nursing homes, so they had to find savings in their existing budgets to pay for the inflationary costs they had. That was hard. Hard on people working in those nursing homes, and think about the people that they were caring for. And I said it earlier, you know, what put a face on that whole issue was bed sores. And how embarrassing was that for the government at the time? Just an awful story. But, you know, I think what the member is asking is, you know, am I concerned that departments are spending more than the budgets they've allocated? Well, if we have significantly more revenues and we have areas that we are comfortable as a government investing in because we believe they're the priorities of Nova Scotians, that is the decision of the government. And we are following the same rules that his own government followed just a couple of short years ago. I guess it's getting closer to 3 years now, it's 2.5+ years ago. Same rules. We're following the same rules they followed when it comes to additional appropriations. And so to see, as finance ministers, to see other departments, I sit on the Treasury board as well. We make decisions every week at Treasury board on expenditure. To see departments coming in over budget, if they've been investing in things that people need in this province, and we had the capacity to do it, and we have the added strain of having more people to provide more services for, yes, I'm okay as finance minister. And I know that every quarterly forecast update that I stand over and go before the cameras and before the opposition to answer for, I know at every quarterly update I have to be accountable for that, because that's what the rules state. And those forecasts explain the deviations from what's put forth in the budget at the start of the year. We don't know exactly what's going to happen in the year. That's why there are deviations. Every government experiences it. We're no different. So those forecast updates provide the accountability and show the deviations from the budget. So, you know, as circumstances change, more revenues, well, we have the priorities. There are things we would dearly love to spend on. Right now, we don't have the money for it. If tomorrow the money comes in, what should we do? As a government, we believe we should act.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. And you know, I know that you're making an argument to Nova Scotians that we need to invest in more healthcare, and I give you that. But I'm seeing it in every department, whether it's a department of priority or not. The departments are over budget. You know, and we've raised questions about all this spending in healthcare and where are the outcomes, and it does raise the question of whether this money is being prudently spent. And I know there are pressures in terms of growth, et cetera. You know, we're getting a 3% increase, 2% increase in population, et cetera, et cetera. But if we even look at the Nova Scotia Health Authority budget, you increased the budget last year by 21% to $2.3 billion. 21% increase. Clearly you were budgeting for increased utilization, population increase. You were budgeting for all your plans on the solutions for health care. And then the department came in after a 21% increase to their budget with an additional 12.6% increase in their actual spending. So in 2022, 1.9 billion, we're up to 2.6, and in this one we're 2.7. No one is arguing that we don't want money spent on health care. But when you see the difference with respect to increasing a budget by substantial, because it's your priority and because it's important to Nova Scotians, I get that. And it's completely defendable to increase the budget by 21%. But the Nova Scotia Health Authority then goes over budget by an additional 12%. So the question I have is, how do we as Nova Scotians know that there is any kind of rational thinking with respect to fulfilling your budget and living within a budget when you're given so much more money, then you go exceedingly over budget, and healthcare outcomes Nova Scotians aren't seeing. And it raises the question, is money being wasted? Even though it's your priority, and one of, you know, and I've said this before, my wife never likes it. My wife is a deputy minister, and she has said numerous times, when you have a whole lot of new money, it's hard to spend it well. So my question again, across all of government, every department is over budget. Is the minister concerned that there is no fiscal rigor within his government right across the board?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
I would always be concerned. I would always be concerned that every dollar we spend achieves a good result for Nova Scotians. When the member started speaking, he was talking about, it's not just health, it's other departments. Well, take the issue of affordability. What has gripped people more than inflation and the cost of living the last couple of years? Well, there's a lot of departments that have a role to play to help people with the cost of living. I think about community services. I think about Service Nova Scotia, the heat rebate. I think about seniors in long-term care with the Seniors Care Grant that we increased it at one point in time because of the state of things. So yes, it's not just health. It's other departments that are spending more too. Housing, another area that we've spent more than we expected. But we're trying to respond. We're trying to respond to the fact that in the case of housing, we need more rent supplements. We need to try to do some modular housing. We need to make investments in repairs to existing provincial housing stock and so on, because we believe it's needed. And as a government, we have the right to do that because we are accountable to Nova Scotians to act and to try to be responsive to their needs. Extreme weather events, you can't plan for those. I mean, I suppose you can put, increases in budget estimates for possible storms, but you never know what's going to happen there. So there are cases where budgets have gone over, and most of them have because we received revenues we weren't expecting, and we had needs that we weren't expecting and other needs that we were expecting, but we just didn't feel we would have the resources at the time of putting the budget together to say we're going to spend it on this. When the money comes in and you have an ability to do that, and you have, in the case of the healthcare system, yes, we want results. The member is saying, is the system getting any better? Essentially, we want results. That's why if we have investments, if we have the revenues and we have investments we can make today, we want to make them. The sooner the better, because everybody wants to improve the healthcare system. I think everybody does. I know people working in it do. We do. We hear calls from the opposition to improve it. So, and there's a lot of people we trust when we spend money in healthcare. We trust all those people that are working in the system to spend it wisely and to give us the advice that we need to say, yes, you're right, we should make that investment. I think about one patient, one record, significant investment, kind of a scary investment from the size of the dollar amount. But at some point you have to trust people who are giving advice and saying this can really help us. And I think one of the refreshing things people in the healthcare system find about our government is we're willing to be open and make the steps necessary to spend the money necessary to make a transformation, because that's what's needed, a transformation in the healthcare system. So, and healthcare has gone up a lot. Well, a lot of healthcare is people. You can build all the buildings you want, but if you don't have staff, you're back to the old days of the previous government, where the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care had 500 empty beds. Not because she didn't have the beds. She had the beds. They were empty because she didn't have the staff. So, it costs more when you're paying people more. We gave a significant raise to continuing care assistants because we have a shortage of them. I think about, getting the seniors in long-term care, those nursing home beds staffed. Well, we need to increase the number of people interested in working in that sector. And to do that, we have to make it more attractive for them so they'll come into it, and so those who are in it will stay in it. And that costs money. But the result is maybe you don't have people living in those homes with bed sores. Maybe there's staff. Maybe you've got 500 vacant beds where you're paying 4 times the price for people who could be in those beds. If you had the staff to have them in those beds, you're paying 4 times the price to keep them in hospital beds because they don't have a nursing home bed to go to because there's no nurses at the nursing home, not enough of them. And then you've got people waiting for a hip operation whose quality of life is slipping away because they can't get the operation. They might be waiting 2 or 3 years to get it because there's no bed for them to recover in after the operation because it's taken up by somebody who should be in a nursing home bed. So you have all these inefficiencies. So as Minister of Finance, I don't just concern myself with the dollars, I concern myself with how those dollars are impacting people and the efficiency of those dollars. And my hope is that with these investments in healthcare, we can make a better healthcare system that is more efficient, that actually ends up saving money along the way because it's being used more appropriately. I think the nursing home beds and acute beds is a perfect example of that. Nursing home beds cost 1/4 as much. And I hope we see improvements because that's what the member said also, and at the end of the day, that's what matters. But we're not going to see the improvements until we make the investment.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you very much, Minister, and I believe you stated that you wanted to ensure that the money was well spent. And I think we just need to point to the Auditor General's reports to raise some questions and some concerns for you that I hope you will take to heart. So far, it seems that you have dismissed the Auditor General's concerns that she has raised with respect to value for money on all of the over-budget spending that we just talked about. So I'd like to move to page 8 in the chart on the revenue and expenses with the 4-year projections going out. Minister, are we creating a structural deficit in your opinion?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Some of the independent opinions on our projections, none of the opinions have suggested that we are moving towards a structural deficit. And you will see over time that expenses are stabilizing and coming more in line with revenues. And of course, those are the out years. We could see more revenue increases. We have decisions to make around expenses every day. And it is something as Finance Minister that's important to me. I'm pleased that we've actually run surpluses to this point because I think one thing I share with the member is the importance of living within your means. But there are times when, in a growing province, investments have to be made. There are times in a province when a previous government did not make investments in health care that caused inefficiencies, that caused, the acute care beds being full of people who should be in nursing home beds, which could be cost 1/4 of the price, as an example. When you have a previous government that doesn't invest, then you're forced to invest if you want to fix the healthcare system. So, no, I don't believe that, nor do any of the independent organizations that have been looking at our budget, nor do they suggest that we're moving towards a structural deficit.
I recognize the Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. What I'm seeing here, based on your best estimates, is a structural deficit. You're increasing and have increased the civil service. The size of government you've increased by 5%, and I'm sure some of that is needed, but it is significant, the number of full-time equivalents, and they're not doctors and nurses, just so that the public understands that, but it is the growth of the administration of government. And you know, I do agree that there are times in which you need to invest, and I agree with the government investing in health care. There is the financial capacity right now to do that. Part of that is because the last government created that financial capacity in lowering our debt to GDP ratio and allowing us the ability to borrow to rebuild the healthcare system. So you're doing exactly what we would be doing. The concerns are, you know, with an attitude by this government of spending whatever it takes, it raises questions about whether money is being spent prudently, sole source contracts, millions and millions of dollars spent prematurely, according to the Auditor General. And so the concern, and perhaps the debt rating agencies or the folks that you've been quoting have not gotten into the details here, but my concern that I am flagging for the government is, as we look out in the long-term forecast, the growth of government, the additional facilities being built, raises a question on whether we've got the eye on the ball with respect to getting back to balance, living within our means, or are we creating a structural deficit that some government in the future is going to need, because this tends to go in waves in which a government spends like crazy, a new government comes in and has to rein things in, and right now all indications is we have a government spending like crazy. And yes, many of those things are needed. I agree with you. But what I'm arguing for here is some fiscal prudence and responsibility and oversight. I'm going to move now on to a question with respect to growing the top line of this province. Minister, Nova Scotia has the lowest productivity, not only in the country, but if you look at all 50 states and all 10 provinces on the North American continent, Nova Scotia has the lowest productivity. Are you concerned about that, and what is your government doing to address that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before answering the question on productivity, I just want to answer a couple of, or comment in response to a couple of comments the member made on the growth of FTEs. A significant component of that is in response to the remedy for people who are people with disabilities because of the court decision and the requirement for the government to start moving people out of institutional settings for their care. So I would just state that a significant component of the FTE increase is for that, and that is a court decision that we had to do, but it's also something that I think a lot of advocates would say is the right thing to do. So yes, there is a cost to that. There is an FTE growth component to that. When I say FTE growth, I'm referring to there's more people are now needed to be hired by the government to provide care that is not like the institutional care that people with disabilities had been living under, and some still are, as we know, until they switch to the new model. And it might seem like spending like crazy to the member, but he also did say that, you know, some of it is needed. So we won't debate that further, but in terms of productivity, we are not the lowest, but we're the second lowest. One of the reasons, PEI is the lowest, but one of the reasons, and this is actually something we've discussed at the federal, provincial, territorial level, is the productivity in Canada and the need to get productivity, increase the productivity levels for our country. It's not the fault of the people. Typically, it can be the level of investment that makes people more productive. So one of the reasons why our productivity is measuring as it is, it has to actually do with the growth of our population. And as labor has grown, our output has not grown with it yet. So labor is growing faster than output right now. My hope would be that over time output starts to grow more quickly because we have more labor that is addressing some of the labor shortages we have. But population growth is driving this marker of productivity right now, and there's no question. We are the second lowest in the country. But if you look at our GDP and our other fundamentals, they do measure as being strong. So I don't want to create the picture for Nova Scotians to feel like, gee, you're in bad shape. Your productivity measure is the second lowest in the country. There are other measures that we should also look at that show us as being strong. And we are doing things as a government to try to improve productivity. One being capital investment tax credit. Michelin's investment, as we know, will be a big one for our province. And if a company like Michelin, who has operations all over the world, is choosing Nova Scotia, that gives me confidence to know that such an established company sees value in having their operations here. And one last comment I'll make is PEI is the lowest, but to confirm the issue of our labor growing right now, our labor force growing, our population growing as driving this productivity measure, PEI has experienced one of the fastest growing populations in the country. So again, it's the population growth that is likely driving this productivity measure. And the hope would be that output, because productivity is output over labor. So if labor grows, hopefully over time, output will grow. And if it does, then the measure of productivity, that statistic becomes much better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for King South with 9 minutes and 40 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Minister. I mean, that's helpful. I do appreciate the population argument. Still, we've got a long way to crawl out from number 61 in the country. And it brings me to my next question. I'm trying to sneak two in here. The investments in economic development, and if I look at, we've got a huge amount of money coming into the province, and if you look, I think the easiest way to explain my question is on page 44, where you see the economic development type departments, agriculture, economic development, fisheries and aquaculture, natural resources. They're either flat in funding as a percentage of the budget or going down. And I'm just wondering, Minister, whether, again, as the minister responsible for the overall fiscal health of the province, whether you have any thoughts that we should be increasing our support to those departments that are key in growing our economy in Nova Scotia. There will be a time in which we need to grow the top line. It's not just going to magically continue to increase, and my fear is neglecting economic growth and funding those departments to increase our agricultural sector and natural resources and fisheries. Will the minister look at trying to increase that funding to those economic development growth departments to help with top-line revenue?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, as a percentage of the budget, some of those departments may not be growing, but you have to consider we're spending 36% more on health care than the previous government did, so massive increase to health care. If you look at those departments by dollar amounts, they're all increasing. And I think of one that the member it would be important in his region of the province and the Valley, the Department of Agriculture. I know their budget has increased, and we were able to do a lot of additional investment in that industry, as I recall, through additional appropriations. But those investments are good investments, and I will say, I have to thank my team of research in economics for statistics, and who help us with all our projections. They've noted and offered me that Nova Scotia's productivity growth has outpaced the national average from 2012 to 2022, and over that period, Nova Scotia's business sector labor productivity grew by 14.36% in total, while national productivity grew by only 11.85%. Only Quebec and Saskatchewan had faster productivity growth over that time. So our productivity may be low, but Nova Scotia businesses are showing that they can improve it. So there's no question. I think the member's question is around, are we investing enough in departments that have an economic development component or mandate? And if you look at it on a dollar-by-dollar basis, we're investing more. I know the Premier himself, he was in answering questions today in question period, he wants to grow the economy. And we have the population coming in to grow the economy and improve the productivity. If we didn't have the people, we wouldn't be able to grow at all. So I think it's positive that we're seeing the population increases that we've been seeing, and they are part of the solution to some of the shortages we have, like in housing. I guess labor investments are critical. The more opportunity for skilled trades, that's something that, any of those departments involved with economic development, any of them, and all of them, would depend on skilled trades. You know, health would certainly depend on the nurses that we're extending it to. The film industry is producing revenues that it wouldn't be producing if it wasn't getting the kind of support that it's getting in the province. So those things are all driving revenues. And government expenditure itself helps to drive revenues, because as government invests, you get some return on that. So we're mindful of that as well.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you. Minister, would you agree with the following statement with respect to bracket creep? In real inflation-adjusted dollars, Nova Scotians, after they pay their taxes, will have no more money to spend.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Finance.
I'm going to try to answer this question. The prices that people experience when they go to buy goods would be nominal prices. They would have inflation built into them. So presumably would people's income, because wages are often rising in inflationary environments because employers have to pay people more and there can be a delay in that, but if they're going to maintain their workforce, they have to respond as well in the marketplace, and they're paying in nominal wages that would have inflation as a component of them. So I'm doing my best to understand the member's question, and I've actually consulted with a staff person here, and I hope that answers the question.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Well, I think I was trying to illustrate that bracket creep is not a tax break. It's the removal of a hidden tax increase. If I phrase it that way, do you agree?
I recognize the honourable Minister of Finance.
What I would say is that bracket creep was something that a lot of people identified in the province and said, and I think because, you know, inflation was quite low for a number of years. There was very little increase in inflation. But things have changed, and people know what inflation is now. Not just the economists, the average person understands that things cost more and they're going up, and they're not getting necessarily any more for their dollar. Too many dollars chasing too few goods. One of the big issues coming out of the budget was, or coming into this budget and putting the budget together, was the issue of bracket creep. And a lot of people felt the government should index tax brackets so that as people move into the next highest tax bracket, because their wages have risen, and maybe not because they got a raise, but, well, maybe they got a raise, but it was in response to inflation, so they're not really getting a raise, if they move into that next higher tax bracket, if they're not indexed, they're going to have to pay a higher rate of tax on that marginal portion of that bracket they're moving into. So by getting rid of bracket creep, by indexing the tax brackets, I feel like we've given tax relief to Nova Scotians, and it's tax relief they'd been asking for.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Minister. I think we're going to have to agree to disagree. I'm agreeing with Taxpayers Federation and Fraser Institute on that this is not a tax break, but the removal.
Order. The time for the Liberal Party has caucus, has expired. It is now time for the NDP with 42 minutes. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And with the time allotted, we are going to give our time to the independent member for questioning, with the provision that we give 7 minutes to the minister to give the resolutions.
Okay, so I will recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North with a note that there's 41 minutes and 25 seconds left, but the minister will need 3 minutes or so, 7 minutes to read his resolution, and I will need a half a minute as well. So I will give you a 5-minute or 10-minute reminder. So I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I look forward to having some time with the Minister of Finance and the department officials. And most of my questions are going to be pertaining to Cumberland North, of course, the people that I represent in that area of the province. And I know the minister's heard me speak before. We do have very unique challenges, unique situations, and also unique opportunities in Cumberland County as we border New Brunswick. So thank you. I did want to ask the minister, through the chair, if the minister received the Cumberland North pre-budget submission that I had sent to the minister before the deadline this session.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We received this year, I guess the total now doesn't really matter, but I can tell you the number of submissions we received was significant. We went through them all. It was about that thick. I will say I can't pull that one out of my head, but I know what we did do was, and I did read a lot of them individually, but the binder was about 4 inches thick. And what we did was we coded them. We found similarities. We found themes. 3 big themes were tax relief, and namely indexing tax brackets, that we need to do more for housing, to increase the supply of housing, and healthcare workers, that we need more healthcare workers. And I think that's because Nova Scotians see, that healthcare is people. And if you don't have the health care, whether it's a doctor or what have you, that you need, I think that's why they specified healthcare workers. But happy to, if you want to expand on what was in that specific submission, I'd be happy to try to answer questions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, we don't have time for that. Well, I'll get through some of them, but the submission is pretty long. And I do contact each department minister for the specific needs to that department, but what I try to do each year on behalf of the people I represent is send something through to the finance department as well. But one of the reasons that I asked the question is, I'm wondering, is there any analysis done through the Department of Finance to ensure that each constituency, that all people of Nova Scotia receive fair, I guess, share of the provincial budget? And to follow up with that, specifically why I asked that question is, as we know, I'm an independent, and there is sometimes a concern that money is being spent partisan. Now, we all know there's a Conflict of Interest Act that ensures that money is not ever spent partisan. In fact, the Conflict of Interest Act clearly states ministers must make every effort to ensure that their departments are not used for partisan political purposes. So I'm assuming that never happens. But when I was in opposition from 2017 to 2021, it wasn't much, but Cumberland North received about 10 kilometers of paving each summer. And the summer of 2022, Cumberland North received 0. kilometers of paving. So there is an assumption from the residents that there is partisan spending happening. So I'm wondering if the minister can share with us how can the residents of all Nova Scotians, because certainly there's other MLAs that sit in opposition as well, and I'm sure their residents want to be assured as well, that taxpayers' money is being spent in a nonpartisan manner and fairly.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So I guess you could ask every minister that question, because ultimately every minister is responsible for their department and how it spends money. I mean, there's certainly, they get approvals from Treasury Board to spend on projects, maybe specific projects, or I would say, you know, let's start with healthcare, one of the biggest budgets. Healthcare, I would say to Nova Scotians, nobody in this government would ever want somebody's health care to be compromised because another area of the province is being favored. You know, because that would be awful. So I think departments and ministers are aiming to, I think we all realize there's people voting for the government everywhere in the province, not just where, you know, there may be a seat that's where there's an MLA that happens to be on the government side of the house. I would say to the question that, because I know people feel that way sometimes, and the example you gave about paving, if you keep a secret, I'll tell you that the people of Inverness didn't get as much as they've gotten in some years since I've become the Minister of Finance, which is hard for me because I'm supposed to be the one with all the money now. So there are situations where things like that can work out, and I know in my case, in my area, there was, you know, last year they had to move an asphalt plant because it was a bother to a community, and it was the right thing to do to move it. The unfortunate thing was it was late in the year and the paving didn't get done, and it didn't just affect one project, it affected two. So there will be situations like that, but I would tell Nova Scotians that that we're there for everybody. And I know, if I can quote, I think Alan J. McEachran said this one time, because this is kind of a political question, so I'm going to give a bit of a political answer. He said, you're just supporting the people that, somebody said to him, you're just supporting the people that voted for you. And he said, everybody voted for us after this. In other words, the election is over. It doesn't matter anymore. And I can tell you, as Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism, Heritage, you know, I think about programs where we've made additional investments to help people with generators. Well, we've helped everybody that we could, everybody that applied. So I would give that as another example to Nova Scotians. No matter where they're living in the province, we care about them. Yes, we can have disagreements in the legislature with the MLA that's representing them. That's normal. That happens. That's the whole purpose of democracy. But at the end of the day, the investments we're making as a government, we're making them for everybody and for the benefit of everybody that lives in the province.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. It's a good question, because I get it a lot. And I will say we do get significant amount of money invested in Cumberland North, and I try to always share that with people, and so that they see the positive as well as the negative. But the road was very noticeable to have 0 kilometers amount of paving. And also, there were 3 projects canceled that year, and 2 of them were in Cumberland North, in the whole province. So it seemed to be not a coincidence. But my question was more, is there any sort of framework or anything that the government has in place through the Department of Finance to ensure that there is fair and equitable tax dollars being spent throughout the province? And I'm going to tie in another question that is similar. Is there any sort of framework or analysis that the budget goes through looking at a gender equity lens? So this is becoming more around the globe. A lot of countries are making sure that they put their budget through this gender equity lens. And I want to give an example, Minister, where I think it would be a beneficial, something for the department to look at, and that is birth control. The province of British Columbia recently have approved free contraception to the people, available to the people of British Columbia. They're estimating it's going to cost about $119 million over 3 years. I was just in British Columbia visiting our third son, Joel. He's just started in the Navy, so we were there on the weekend. And it looks like British Columbia's population is about 5 times Nova Scotia, so if we could make an assumption that a similar program may cost around $23 million or so to Nova Scotia if we were to implement that. And advocates for this, Minister, say that for every dollar that is put into this, there's potentially a savings of $11 in healthcare money. And that is dealing with aftercare for unwanted pregnancies and abortions, and the economic impact on people's mental health and the communities as well. So that's just one example of something that could be included in the budget that would be specifically looking at gender equity. But I'm wondering, can the minister respond to that? Is there any sort of framework or analysis done to look at gender equity in the provincial budget for Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to back up to go into that, but going back to some of your earlier comments, I think it's common for governments to be in the situation where you get criticized for not spending, and there's all kinds of accusations that can be put forth as to why you're not, and those claims can be put forth however they're put forth, and governments can't really stop those claims from coming forth. Suggestions on why, or you should have and you didn't, and here's why I think you're not doing it well. Governments can't really respond to that any more than showing the evidence of expenditure. And I think in the case of healthcare, I think there was a significant one. I can't put my mind to it right now, but in a hospital in your area. So I think that's a good example for people in your area that government, despite the fact that maybe there's not a government MLA there, doesn't mean that government's withholding investments in healthcare in that area, right? But we can't stop that. When people make claims that, oh, this is why it's happening, and we can't stop those claims from coming forward. The other thing we see is when we do spend money, people are quick to jump in and claim the credit. I think I'm laughing because I was reading the cover of the Cape Breton Post after Budget Day, and our colleague, the member for Sydney, member 2, was talking about the school lunch program and how that was all they're doing and when they were in government, and I'm so glad to see it happening. I can't help, I can't control my emotions here. But this is what every government experiences. You get criticized for where you don't spend, and where you do spend, the same people can sometimes say, oh, we got that for you, you know? And it's as old as I'm sure politics has been around. But all to say, I would say to the member, to answer the question, every minister is responsible for their budget when it comes time to spending it. The budget process allots money, gives, through Treasury Board, gives permission for ministers to spend money on stated objectives. The Finance Department obviously, as minister, tabling the budget has a significant role to play in putting the budget together. Departments make their pitches as to what they think is needed. There's things like utilization. There are almost things you don't even have a say in. If there's more demand for a certain measure, if you want to meet the demand, you've got to increase the budget. So before you even consider doing things that might be considered new and that may very well be needed, you have to address, you know, things like utilization, increases in what you already are doing. So I would say to the member, I mean, at the end of the day, people can judge for themselves. Is our government being fair in how the money is being spent around the province? I would like to think it is. But at the end of the day, we have to leave that for people to decide for themselves. We will certainly talk about it and explain where we're making the investments. We talked a lot about additional appropriations today. We certainly explain where those investments are being made, every quarterly forecast update. And, you know, within the budget process, I know all ministers are conscious of having a lens of equity, diversity, and inclusion, EDI. But, you know, at the end of the day, I think the government has to make sure that everyone, I think that is the purpose of EDI, it's just to make sure that people are getting what they need to be getting and should be getting, no matter who they are. Because at the end of the day, we're all people and we all have needs, and as a government, we want to ensure that people are able to access the services they need, or if they're in situations where it's harder for them to speak up for themselves or to have something, that the government is being proactive to ensure that it's making it easier, or that it's taking the action to get them what they need before they even ask for it.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. I can say a common theme for the people that I represent in our area, and I often hear a similar from Cape Breton. There is absolutely a culture of feeling like they've been forgotten by the province, and it's not just this government. It's been at least 2 decades, really maybe even closer to 3. I would say when the Cobequid Pass tolls were put in place, that really reinforced that feeling of being isolated from the rest of the province. And you know, the common saying in our area is Nova Scotia ends at the tolls. And even when I started my 3rd small business, it was a local food business. And, you know, just from an economic standpoint, it was really difficult to get local food distributors to deliver to Cumberland. They stopped at the Masstown market. So a lot of our supply ended up coming from southern New Brunswick. And it's just where trade naturally is our natural trading partners. But I feel, you know, as the elected representative, that it's wrong. We are part of Nova Scotia. We should be considered. There has been a movement. There has been a few changes that we've been advocating for, like Minister of Agriculture put in an ag office finally in Cumberland. We've seen some investment there. But we just seen an investment in Acadia University for a nursing program, which is great, but all of northern Nova Scotia has no registered nursing program. So Truro, Pictou, Amherst. So, you know, looking at long-term planning and looking at the shortage of registered nurses, we don't see any future change there. So again, people say, again, we've been forgotten. So in that spirit, one of the things that I talked about a little bit into supply today was the issue around maritime collaboration, realizing our economic potential. There's a whole history. There's so much writing on the history of the Maritimes pre-Confederation. It's actually really fascinating. And how the Maritimes really was the economic engine for what we now know as Canada. And we've seen really a significant decline since Confederation. A lot of people have different thoughts on that, but one of the things that everyone agrees on is that interprovincial barriers are really holding us back. And when you read the literature on it, Nova Scotia is considered to have one of the highest number of interprovincial barriers. So I'm wondering, because I believe this will greatly benefit the people of Cumberland County, would the minister consider a coalition with other maritime premiers, finance ministers, to really examine and make a priority a maritime coalition? You know, in the past, they've even looked at maritime unity. And it's a little controversial, but a lot of experts in the economy do believe that if we work together as a maritime region instead of each province in isolation, that we would all benefit. And I do believe that would greatly benefit northern Nova Scotia as well, because we end up getting punished because we're on the border over and over and over and over again. So I'm wondering if the minister could respond to that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
Certainly. There's the Council of Atlantic Premiers that, they look at trade barriers within the 4 Atlantic provinces. There's the Atlantic finance ministers. We get together, we talk about things, we try to work together. We have things like the Atlantic Lottery Corp as a small example where we collaborate. I would say there are opportunities to do some of those things. And if the member has issues, please raise them, because it's interesting. I went to, on behalf of the Premier, I went to Quebec City to attend a conference of premiers and governors of Eastern Canada and the United States. And I decided to drive because I was trying to, I have a young family and I'm just trying to spend as much time. If I can find an excuse to bring them with me, I'll do it. So we drove. I don't know how much of a trip it was because they were screaming the whole way there and back. It was exhausting, but we were together. Yeah, we're making memories. But one of the things I noticed driving up, I drove, through your part of the province into New Brunswick. Then I went across, in New Brunswick, and you see on these borders, especially in Maine, in the state of Maine, it's so sparse and empty. And probably you could tell at one time logging activity was probably pretty significant there, but, it's probably died out, fewer paper mills and so on. And you start to see that in some of these border towns and areas, and when you think about Maine, think about how far it is from it's in the United States, but think of all those big centers and how far away it is, and think how close it is to us in Canada. And you can visibly see, wow, these people they're kind of disconnected from, and so I'm sensing that's probably how people in your area of the province feel. When there's a nursing program, the closest one might be at Acadia or at St. FX, and it's a 2+ hour drive, So I think those things are things we need to be cognizant of, and I know there's been issues in the past with New Brunswick and Nova Scotia in your area with, even restrictions during COVID and that were having economic impacts because there might have been discrepancies between the provinces. So I guess I'm saying all that because, you can visibly see that border towns and border areas can sometimes feel disconnected, and I can see that. So I would say if there are issues in the area that they can be brought forward and should be brought forward. And we have good relations with, I can't speak for the Premier, but I do think he has good relations with the other premiers. I certainly have good relations with the finance ministers, and we're always open to working together. The Cobequid tolls, I think that's one thing our government has fixed. We got rid of it for Nova Scotians. I know on Cape Breton Island, down with the causeway's been around for a long time. And you know what? I honestly think it's been kind of used sometimes to galvanize people and to make people think. But I know our government has made a lot of investments, and I could distinguish beyond Cape Breton Island to actually Cape Breton Regional Municipality. When you look at the NSCC and the Cape Breton Regional Hospital, and of course Cape Breton University, the medical school, and so on. So it would be my hope that people are not feeling left out anywhere in the province.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Well, definitely that culture has not changed significantly. And, you know, we have many hours we put in, you and I, the Minister and I, during the 17 months of the border restrictions and all the challenges that came with that. So I know the Minister's well aware of the economic impact, and all the other impacts on our area. And yes, the Cobequid tolls were removed for Nova Scotia, but I think it's still there. It still represents a physical, it still represents a barrier, and people still will refer to it. People are grateful. But you know what I would love, and I'll share this with the Minister of Finance, is for an analysis to be done on how much it cost the people of Cumberland County specifically over the 26 years of those tolls being there. Because if someone had to go to Halifax for a medical appointment, they're paying those tolls. And yes, they can go through Wentworth, and many people do because they're stubborn. They will not pay that toll. But many people did pay. And it also had a dramatic impact on businesses. Loggers, people in the forestry industry, fishing, hauling their lobsters to market. Our manufacturers taking product to the port, taking product to the airport over those 26 years, paid tolls when other businesses in Nova Scotia did not have to. And I would love to see that amount of money be reinvested back into Cumberland. Because when you take a drought or a financial hardship for 25, 30 years on an area, it makes a difference. And we've also seen during those years, many of our youth leave the area. And I think that's why we see the demographics that we do in Cumberland. We do have the highest number of people that identify as having a disability. And we also have one of the highest rates of senior population. We love our seniors. I'm getting up there myself. But it means that you don't have that balance of the labor force. And we have a lot of people living in poverty, Minister. And it's very hard. It's one of the hardest things as an MLA, hearing from people that are really struggling and they feel like people don't care and they need help. So I'm just sharing that with the Minister so that when budget decisions are made and we look at our $16 billion, that Cumberland County is considered. Because I do believe for at least 2, maybe 3 decades, it hasn't gotten its fair share. And I did want to highlight the fact that we do have high rates of disability and seniors that are struggling with things like the late fee for seniors pharmacare. They're working past 65, but then they're punished and having to pay the late fee. They're having to pay the copay. And one thing that I had advocated for on behalf of the people that I represent is an increase in the basic personal tax exemption. And I agree, I'm happy to see the indexing. I know when the Minister was in opposition, many of his colleagues had advocated for that as well. But we had also advocated for an increase in the basic personal tax exemption. We still do have the lowest in all of Canada, meaning our people pay income tax before anyone else in the country. So we still, according to Fraser Institute, have the highest, we're paying the highest taxes in Canada. And I believe, and many believe, that the basic personal tax exemption in Nova Scotia should be increased. And I know that one of the arguments against that is then there's less tax money, but people that are making, $50,000 or less, they need to have more of their hard-earned money. I do have another specific question that I believe will help families. Has the Minister and the department considered closely income splitting? And that maybe the minister would say that's more of a federal issue, but I do believe the province has a role here too. I'm hearing from many families that feel they can either only afford to have one child or maybe no children, and some people want to stay home and raise their own children. They don't want to put their children in daycare and have a stranger raise their children, but they can't afford it. And just last weekend, I heard from a young family saying, I want to stay home, I want to be with my child till they're 5, but we can't afford it. We have to have 2 incomes. One of the tax measures that a government can take is they can implement income splitting so that people can take one income and split it. So yes, there's less tax revenue in it, but you have more people staying home, and some could argue helps with family unity and strengthens our society. So I'm wondering if the minister can comment on, is that something his government would consider?
Just a note that there's 4 minutes remaining in your time. I recognize the Honourable Minister. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
So we are stuck with the federal rules around income tax, like income splitting. There is a spousal amount in Nova Scotia that you can claim, which helps. So there is some help. It's definitely an interesting topic. You know, in a case of a family that would choose to have one person working, they may be saving the province money in childcare costs and so on. Maybe there should be some recognition for that. I would say that it is likely, given that we are tied into the federal system for collection of tax, it would be probably an idea best explored at the federal level. Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Member of Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know I only have probably a minute left, so I'll just ask maybe a quick question. Would the minister consider in the next 12 months increasing basic personal tax exemption to be on par with the rest of Canada, maybe an average? Because I know Alberta's high end, it's to around 20,000, but we're at the low end. Is that something the minister would consider?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Finance.
I think income tax and just tax relief in general, it was a big part of the budget consultation. And certainly the basic personal amount would be an area to focus on to help, I would say, the people who would most benefit from income tax relief. So it's certainly something that interests me. But again, as a government, we're balancing priorities, and we've made no mistake about it. Our focus has been to fix the healthcare system. With this budget, we were able to index tax brackets, which will be a cost that will grow, be significant over time. By year 2028, it'll be upwards of $160 million of tax relief. So definitely want to look at those things in the future, and I know that they would be helpful, and certainly something as finance minister that I would be looking at amongst everything else. Yeah, and if you have another question, we probably have time for one more if you have another one. But if
we have 55 seconds left, so I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
That's great. Thank you. No, that'll conclude my questions. Thank you, Minister, and thank you to everyone in the department. Thank you.
Perfect. I will now recognize the Minister of Finance for his closing statement and resolution.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
With 7 minutes and 25 seconds.
I was just setting my clock there so I can kind of follow. I'd like to thank staff who's been with me here today for your help, and also for people who are, well, they're probably home right now, as they should be at this hour of the day, but everyone at the Department of Finance and Treasury Board and at Labor Relations for all the work they do. I never realized all the work there is to labor relations. We have 300 collective agreements in the province, over 300, and it seems like every week there's a new story, a new issue. We have a lot of hardworking people in our departments, and I want to thank them. They're always there when I need information. If I have a question or if I want to probe a little further, they have lots of patience for me. Well, not all the time. and I'll thank them for their honesty, too. But it's they put a lot of work into the budget. And I know we talk a lot about, is the province being fiscally responsible? Are we doing good reporting? Are our projections accurate? I can tell you the professionalism is high, and I know the members know that too, that we have very competent people. And I will just say that it's a pleasure to work with them. And as much as the hours can be long, I have a lot of fun over there. And I think that's a testament to how good they are to work with. And if they're that good to me, and I'm just a guy that rolls in, I can imagine they're just as good to each other the rest of the time. So credit to them all, and want to make sure they know how much they're appreciated. I will move to read my resolution. So resolved that a sum not exceeding $171,845,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $48,790,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Finance and Treasury Board pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $822,863,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of debt servicing costs, Department of Finance and Treasury Board pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $9,134,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of government contributions to benefit plans pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $3,271,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Nova Scotia Securities Commission pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $2,230,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $659,765,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of restructuring costs pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $126,316,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of refundable tax credits pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $33,102,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of pension valuation adjustment pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,333,994,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of capital purchase requirements pursuant to the estimate. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $14,212,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of serial retirements pursuant to the estimate.
Sorry. Thank you. Shall the resolutions stand? The resolutions are stood. We have 1 minute and 55 seconds left, so if everyone would like to talk amongst themselves for 1 minute and 10 seconds. Keith has offered, or sorry, MLA Bain has offered to do a dance. We could take a vote on that if you'd like. There's been a request for a recorded vote on MLA Bain's.
As soon as we get under 1 minute.
Order. Order. You're getting out of hand. That concludes the subcommittee's consideration of estimates for today. The subcommittee will resume consideration when the House again resolves into a committee of the whole on supply. Please return to your seats in the legislative chamber. The committee of the whole must rise and report before the House concludes its business for the day. I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone, and we stand adjourned.